Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Let me know if you can see the camera at this time. Okay, looks like we're good. Peace and greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777, and we're going to continue with our book study of the Cosmic Doctrine. So, let's continue. I think it's working now. Tell me about the audio. Is everything clear? Is the audio clear? Can the spirit hear? Wait, how does that Bible verse go? Hear what the Spirit saith to the churches. Can you hear me? Woo! I've been out of this unicorn coffee for 2 weeks. Now that I got it back in, I am punishing it. Back to back, tearing that coffee up. Got to have it. Got to have it. I'm all good now. All right, so let's dig into it, man. We already done spent enough time calibrating and calculating. We got to get into this knowledge, this gnosis. Get into the family business, you dig? Love it. J. Baldale says, audio is clear, but sounds a little off. Do I have the chipmunk thing going on? As far as I can tell, everything looks good. Anybody else on the audio? Good to go? Somebody says good. Somebody says clear. Shannon Carter says everything is perfect. Awesome. Awesome. All right, everybody. All right, so again, greetings to all my favorite people. Y'all know who you are. Monica Lawan, peace, peace. All right, Enchanted Cottage says clear as a bell. I'm going to run with it. I'm going to rock and roll with it. Jay Baldhill says, unless it's just me. Well, what kind of off is it? Sunshine Chick says, sounds good. You know, I got to go with that. Sunshine Chick been to every live stream, so she knows. She knows the baseline for my cyclomates. She knows what the baseline is. I have missed this coffee. Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust. Okay, let's get into this. Chapter 25, the law of action and reaction. I'll tell you this. I mentioned on the 2 attempts ago, I was watching my Gnosis, give some breakdown on this book, and he was talking about how consciousness is reaction plus memory. Remember when she said that? Consciousness is reaction plus memory. And I started thinking, like, when you really contemplate that, look at Mother Earth, right? Look at what kind of memory does Earth have? Because you think about our limited memory as human beings, like our memory goes back to yesterday, last week, last month, last year, fragments of our childhood. But memory is stored in our genetics. Don't we have a reptile brain, right? Don't we have little animal instincts built into us, fight or flight. That's memory, right? Reaction plus memory. There's a lot of things that we do on impulse. There's a lot of things that we do without even trying, right? So just imagine, what's the memory like of the human race as a whole, like as a singular entity? What's the memory of, Earth, of the sun, of the solar system? Like, what if once you become enlightened, what you're actually doing is you're unlocking the memory of something more vast than your individual experience? And I think in a way, when we're doing the spiritual evolution, when we're on this journey here, I think that's exactly what's happening. And you might think, no, it's not working, Trev, because I don't remember anything. It's not all about your conscious mind. The subconscious mind is where the stuff is going to filter through. That's where you get your intuition and your inclinations. And I had a feeling to do XYZ, right? You had a feeling about XYZ. Where did that feeling come from? It filtered through the subconscious mind. And I say this, and I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to keep saying that the subconscious mind is faster than your conscious mind. Yes, it is. So just because you didn't register it consciously, honestly, I've learned to not even put that much weight on my conscious, logical, rational awareness. It's there, and it has a function and a purpose, but I don't put the heavy weight on the rational mind. I put the heavy weight on the subconscious. I gave a metaphor when I had a consultation yesterday. I gave a metaphor about the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. See, the conscious mind is a lot like the CEO, right? Think of a business. Think of your mind and your awareness as a business. The conscious mind is like a CEO, right? He or it is the one who regulates the business, makes sure that everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing, makes the most money. He's the face to the general public, etc. And see, the subconscious mind, most of us have her working as the secretary, right? The subconscious mind is like the secretary with massive, amazing, stupid potential, right? Like, she could literally run this whole business by herself, right? But most of y'all just have her going to fetch some coffee, right? Just have her going to fetch some coffee. And what we need to learn how to do is to give more responsibility and more space to work. We need to give her a bigger office, right? With a view and a fancy chair and a big ass desk, right? We need to give the subconscious mind more space to move and act, because if we do that, she'll bring us exactly what we need, right? Without the conscious mind getting in the way and doubting and fumbling the bag all the time. Does that metaphor make sense? The subconscious mind, it's supposed to work with the conscious mind. It's not supposed to be subjugated and bound and pressed under a heavy thumb. Because if we do that, we ignore and we miss so many of the patterns that the subconscious is picking up. The subconscious mind is the one that's really running the show, if you want to keep it real. So that being said, don't put too much credit on the conscious mind. Just because you didn't logically understand it, or just because you didn't logically figure it out, or I don't remember my dream, right? You had a dream and it felt impactful. Trust the subconscious mind that it knows what it's doing. That's what I'm saying here. I'm saying that you don't need to logically, rationally remember it or logically, rationally figure it out. Allow the subconscious mind to do its thing and trust what it's doing so that it can move and groove in such a way that allows you to live your best life. Fat Tony, peace. All right, so let's get into this. 25, the law of action and reaction. How do we go full screen? The law of action and reaction. Action and reaction are equal and opposite. The equivalence of the reaction renders it calculable if the ratio of transmission be known. Let me read that again. Action and reaction are equal and opposite, right? The equivalence of the reaction renders it calculable if the ratio of transmission be known. So if you know the ratio of transmission, then you can calculate the reaction. In other words, you can reverse engineer, right? You can track backwards. So check this out. Cosmic planes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Our universe: Sun, Jupiter, Mercury, Saturn, Venus, Mars, Earth. Planes of each planet. 7th plane is the spiritual plane. And there's the 6th plane. 5th plane is the mental plane. 4th plane. 3rd plane is the astral plane. 2nd plane. 1st plane is the physical plane. 6 is the physical plane as well. Then we've got latency and potencies. Now over here, there's the subplanes of the physical plane. You got the etheric plane and 2 other levels of the etheric plane. Then you got the gas, liquid, and chemical, solid, liquid, gas, and 3 graduated levels of the etheric plane. So here's the cosmic planes. There's our universe. There's the planes of each planet. So each planet has a spiritual, mental, astral, physical, right? And then there's the subplanes of the physical. So of course, our physical experience is going to experience the chemical, the liquid, the gaseous, and the 3 levels of the etheric. We're all experiencing that on this physical. But understand, there's also various levels of astral, various levels of mental, various levels of spiritual. And this is happening on both Earth and Mars, as well as Venus, Saturn, Mercury, Jupiter, and the Sun. And this universe is one of many within the cosmos. Following? We'll let her break it down. And by the way, this should look very similar to what you have seen in, I'll let you guess it. What's the book that you've seen this in so far? It's a book that most all of you have at least have on your shelf. My gnosis says finding the potent cause and the effect. Yeah, that's another good one, right? Because you were talking about Samkhya Darshan, and right there in Samkhya Darshan, when we're talking about Prakriti, the cause is wrapped up in the effect. Thank you for pointing that out. So I want you to think about this now. The cause is wrapped up in the effect. What does that mean? That means that for every cause, the potential effect is already been calculated. You see what I'm like within Prakriti now, within the matrix. Anything that can be done, the effect or any possible effect that can happen afterwards, it's already wrapped up in the cause. And by the way, that book was the Kabbalion. The Kabbalion talks about the 7 planes, right? The different subplanes of each 7 planes. That was the book that I was referring to. But going back to this cause and the effect within the cause, really consider what that means. What that means is that kind of sounds a lot like destiny or even fate, right? Because if you throw a rock into a pebble, there's so many different things that can happen as an effect. And all those effects are wrapped up in that cause of throwing the rock in there. And guess what? There are other effects of each of those effects. So you could throw the rock in the pebble and the wave and the rock could go down and disturb a piranha, which could come up to the surface and jump out and bite you, which would cause you to go to the hospital, which would cause you to now have a heavy hospital bill, which would now make you lose your house because you can't, you see what I'm saying? Like all those different effects are wrapped up in that cause of throwing the rock in that pond. And by the way, you throwing that rock is an effect of a cause before you did that. So trace all the effects back to the original cause and stream out all the possible effects, this multiverse of potential. All of this is Prakriti, and all of this is what you call karma. That's what karma is. In fact, karma has nothing to do with you. Karma has no concern or care about you. That belongs entirely to Prakriti, entirely to matter, entirely to the manifest dimension, not to the soul, not to consciousness. Consciousness is what is observing. I don't know. Maybe only I see that. Peace Curve. Peace Artemis in theory. Void Stranger, greetings. Veronica Archaga, I love you. So let's continue with this. This is some heavy thought stuff, and guess what? It's gonna get even more. This is an exciting session tonight. So check this out. There are 7 subplanes in a plane. 7 planes in a universe of the 7th cosmic plane. 7 planes in the cosmos. Transmission takes place by subplanes. 777. There are 7 subplanes in a plane. So for every plane, there are 7 subplanes. All right, there are 7 subplanes in a plane. 7 planes in a universe of the 7th cosmic plane. And 7 planes in the cosmos. So the cosmos has 7 planes. And within those planes, there's a universe. And there are 7 planes in that universe. And there are 7 subplanes in every plane. The Kabbalion talked about this. Transmission takes place by subplanes. In other words, when data or change or movement is going to happen, it's going to kind of trickle down through those planes. That's how it works. The potency of each subplane is the square of the potency of the subplane below it. This, you will see, is explained by the fact that 2 opposing and equally balanced forces set up a vortex, which is the primal atom. When these 2 forces meet, they neutralize each other, and the result is a center of stability, which is devoid of force, save in its subjective aspect. Remember, the force continues even if the manifestation of a thing stops. That's why she said that. When these 2 forces meet, they neutralize each other, and the result is a center of stability, which is devoid of force, save in its subjective aspect. It may be noted that a static force is the subjective aspect of a force. If, therefore, you should be able to separate the gyrating currents from which form a primal atom, you'll have 2 sets of potencies, each of which could be the equivalent of the latency of that atom. So that instead of 1 actual latency, you have 2 potencies. So that the atom has been multiplied by itself and transferred from one plane of manifestation to another. Notice on that chart on the previous page, right below that, the physical, right below the planes of each planet, you've got latency and potency. That's what she's talking about right now. Think about those 2 words, right? Latent, and that means that it's hidden, not hidden, but it's kind of dormant. It's within. It hasn't been activated yet, right? And potent, meaning it has been activated, right? So you got latency and potency, which we could say is a positive and a negative within each of these manifested atoms. You could say that. But let's just read that back over. If therefore you should be able to separate the gyrating currents which form a primal atom, you'll have 2 sets of potencies, each of which would be the equivalent of the latency of that atom. So that instead of 1 actual latency, you have 2 potencies, so that the atom has been multiplied by itself and transferred from one plane of manifestation to another. Whenever a thing is thus multiplied, it is translated from one plane to another and into another dimension. When, therefore, action and reaction are said to be equal and opposite, it must be remembered that they are so in the ordinary sense, in which this term is employed on the plane under consideration only. So far, she's describing how the trickle-down effect happens from the higher planes down to the lower planes. If, however, such conditions should occur that the force should be transmitted from a lower to a higher plane, then the reaction is in the equivalent potency of that plane, which is the square of the squared subplane of the plane from which the atom came. Hence, it is that when you sublimate a force, you multiply it by itself. When you degrade a force, you divide it by itself. The term degradation is here employed in its technical sense as the opposite of sublimation, meaning descent into matter. On the involutionary arc, degradation was the means of development. Hence, it is that in the course of initiatory experiences in which the soul recapitulated evolution, it has to know the depths. It has to know the depths. So when you sublimate a force, you multiply it by itself. When you degrade a force, you divide it by itself. And on the involutionary arc, right, you got evolution and involution. On the involutionary arc, degradate, right, and remember the involutionary arc is the journey within, inside that dream. On the involutionary arc, degradation was the means of development. And what was degradation? Dividing a force by itself. Hence, it is that in the course of initiatory experiences, right, in initiation, in which the soul recapitulated evolution, it has to know the depths. So look, in the course of initiation and those experiences, you have to know the depths. Shadow work, but not just personal shadow work. We're talking on every level. And wouldn't it make sense if you're evolving into a higher being, you've got to understand the whole playing field. So before, what did Dion Fortune say in the mystical Kabbalah? For a thing to be evolved, it must first be involved. Something cannot evolve unless it is involved. And this is what she means. In order to multiply, you got to first divide. Somebody made a really cool post on Instagram, and I'm trying to remember the wording of it. But essentially, he said that all is one, right? All is one. This is something we've heard before, but understand that all is one. 2 is the second phase of 1. Follow this. Now, 3 is the third phase of 1. It's still 1. We're just in the third phase of it. 4 is the fourth phase of 1. 10 is the 10th phase of 1. 287 is the 287th phase of 1. Think about what I'm saying and visualize this. Travis Magus is the Travis Magus phase of 1. Somebody said, ye are gods. You understand what I'm saying here? That's that division in work. That's that division at work. That's that involution at work. Somebody heard it. Peace, MC Maestro. "12 is the 12th phase of 1. I want you to say your name out loud and say, such and such is the such and such phase of 1. How does that feel when you say that? Travis Magus is the Travis Magus phase of God. This Disney fruit snack is the Disney fruit snack phase of God. God in everything, right? Everything is a form of God. Aham Brahmam Sme. Sit on it for a while, you'll get it. My gnosis says 99 attributes of Allah, right? We could say the 72 spirits of the Goetia or the 72 angels of the Shemha Mepharash. Same concept. Each atom of matter contains the fruits of an evolution. Involution is a decimal process. Therefore, you will see that if you could disintegrate the atoms of matter in an ounce of clay, you could shatter the globe on which you stand. But before you could perform that magical process, you would have, by the power of your will, to dissolve the cohesion of the cosmos. Therefore, it is not to be anticipated that this experiment will be successfully executed in the immediate future. Let me read that again, because this kind of goes back to the so-called villains of the handbook of the new paradigm. Each atom of matter contains the fruits of an evolution, right? Each atom of matter, including the atoms of matter in this magical unicorn pen, right? Each atom of matter, including the matter in your very hands and fingertips. Each atom of matter contains the fruits of an evolution. Involution is a decimal process. Therefore, you will see that if you could disintegrate the atoms of matter in an ounce of clay, you could shatter the globe on which you stand. But before you could perform that magical process, you would have to dissolve the cohesion of the cosmos. In other words, if you can do it with a little bit, you can do it with a lot of it. Does anybody remember that Bible verse when Jesus gave a couple of talents to 3 individuals? He gave each one of them some money to invest, and then he came back. To whom much is given, since you have done great things with a little bit, I will give you a lot. Yeah. See, Masha says there's a hadith like that too. There's a lot of knowledge in the Bible now. We know that, at least on this channel. This ain't one of those channels where we throw the Bible away because we're still butthurt about religion. All right, so yeah, that comes to mind when I think about this. Don't think, and that's another key here. Don't think, oh, I have to have X, Y, Z before I can continue. Nah, you better work with what you got right now. Work with what you got right now, because the magic is not in the tools. Capital N, like Nicaea. All right, so each divine spark, by the time it has reached the nadir of involution, and nadir is like the peak, right? Say if something is in a race and has to come around a certain point and come back, that point is the nadir, right? So it says here, each divine spark, by the time it has reached the nadir of involution and is ready to embark upon the path of evolution, whereon it is seen to be characteristically human, possesses potentialities which you little realize. Which you little realize. Each divine. So she's saying this right after, hey, if you could dissolve the atoms in an ounce of clay, you could shatter the globe, right? That's the power of each individual atom. It's all holographic. It's all holographic. 2 is the second phase of 1. 12 is the 12th phase of 1. You are the youth phase of 1. It's the same thing. You're just looking at it through a fractured lens. Each divine spark, by the time it has reached the nadir of involution and is ready to embark upon the path of evolution, whereupon it is seen to be characteristically human, possesses potentialities which you little realize. J. Baldhill says nadir is the low point. Okay, thank you. I believe I was thinking of apex as the high point. Nadir is the low point. That's it. Thank you. When subjective consciousness is raised from the plane of its habitual functioning to the next superior plane, it conforms to the law already enumerated, and an inertia is converted into 2 kineticisms. Let's go back. When subjective consciousness, right? When subjective consciousness, that's the inner awareness, inner consciousness. When subjective consciousness is raised from the plane of its habitual functioning to the next superior plane, it conforms to the law that already enumerated an inertia and is converted into 2 kineticisms. It is seldom that the consciousness centers of the lower plane are able to carry this force if the conversion is sudden and total. It's the saying, thou canst not look upon my face and live. Hence also the fact that where a lesser and more partial form of conversion takes place, it is apprehended simply as a blinding flash of light. When such conversion takes place in its normal form, it is performed by the method of addition instead of multiplication. Let's break a little bit of that down. So think about this, your subjective consciousness, right? We'll just use our individual experience as an example. Your subjective consciousness is that same consciousness that you're using to visualize, to daydream, to dream when you sleep, to feel, and to interpret those feelings into words and images, etc. That's your subjective consciousness. It's the consciousness that's happening on the inside. So when I say quote unquote on the inside, that inside is where it's normally operating, right? You're normally closing your eyes and daydreaming, fantasizing, visualizing. That's the habitual normal place of where subjective consciousness is happening, right? But what happens when you take that subjective consciousness? Think about that now. Your subjective consciousness is a phase of your consciousness, a form of your consciousness where it's your playground, right? It's your sandbox. This is where you create and destroy. Now, here's an awesome thought. Where you're doing that with that subjective consciousness is not the only place that that consciousness can operate. Think about that. In fact, when you raise that type of consciousness out of that sandbox of your imagination, when you raise it to the next superior plane, it conforms to the law already enumerated. And what that means is when you raise that subjective consciousness to the next level, there are laws of that plane. Just like there's laws of the physical plane and there's laws within your imagination realm, there's also laws in these higher realms of astral, mental, etc. So if you take your subjective consciousness up to the next plane, it has to conform to those laws. And inertia is converted into 2 kineticisms. It is seldom, right? This doesn't happen very often. It is seldom that the consciousness centers of the lower plane are able to carry this force if the conversion is sudden and total. So she just talked about next superior plane. Now she's talking about the lower plane. We could say that the lower plane would be the physical plane. What happens when you take your imagination down to the physical plane? What happens if it happens too quickly, right? She said that it's seldom that the consciousness centers of the lower plane are able to carry this force if the conversion is sudden and total. Hence the saying, thou canst not look upon my face and live. What type of thoughts does this bring to mind for you? Hence also the fact that where a lesser and more partial form of conversion takes place, it is apprehended simply as a blinding flash of light. When such conversion takes place in its normal form, it is performed by the method of addition instead of multiplication. J. Baldhill says, like she talks about in mystical Kabbalah, trying to shortcut up the tree. Precisely. Hazard Pi says, when it recognizes what it is and its power, it kind of unlocks the power, like it hacks into itself because it is the program. Yeah, that's a part of it. That's a part of it. In fact, yeah, that would be like the veil coming off of your eyes, being able to see the all within the all in all. Seeing things not as separate, but as the oneness that these things are. That's what I said in a previous live stream. I think about the external world, my environment, my body, my mind, as one thing that consciousness is operating with, not individual things. Sunshine Chick says, it's imperative you build fundamentals first. Absolutely. Cannot shortcut up the tree. When such conversion takes place in its normal form, it's performed by the method of addition instead of multiplication. So let's keep going. That is to say, when the transmutation is performed from one plane to another by the process of squaring, the results may be described in the words of the scripture, he walked with God and was not. Ooh, who's that talking about, by the way? That's an easy one. That is to say, when the transmutation is performed from one plane to another by the process of squaring, the result may be described in the words of scripture, he walked with God and was not. When the process takes the form of a many times repeated multiplication, you have the ordinary course of the path. Each grade of initiation being a multiplication. When you have the process as an addition, you have the normal course of evolution. Interesting. Interesting. That's an interesting way to look at initiation, spiritual initiation. Regular life, regular karma, right? Evolution on the normal, average, regular pace. That's addition, right? Step by step, 1, 2, 3. But when you're initiated on the path, now it's like multiplication, which is why things kind of seem to speed up. That's why manifestation gets better, easier. Each grade of initiation is perceived by the superconsciousness as a blinding flash of light. And by means of this flash, the image of the subplane to which it belongs is photographed on the subconsciousness, whence consciousness reads it at its leisure. Remember what I had mentioned about the CEO and the secretary? Each grade of initiation is perceived by the superconsciousness as a blinding flash of light. That's all it needs. And by means of this flash, the image of the subplane to which it belongs is photographed on the subconsciousness, whence consciousness reads at its leisure. So that if power be raised, a plane polarity is insufficient, and you must have a group. Thank you, Enchanted Cottage. Listen, if you like the video, please like the video. I think we have Sheesh, less than 25% of the people like the video that are actually present. JR says, why did I meet my guru at one of the worst period of my life? I think you know the answer to that. It's interesting to ask a question when you know the answer. So, if power be raised, a plane polarity is insufficient, and you must have a group. The form for a force raised from one plane to another is built up of the group mind. Check that out. The form for a force raised from one plane to another is built up of the group mind. If a force is raised a second plane, you must have a second grade in your group. You therefore get a grade for each plane. If, on the other hand, force be degraded a plane or a subplane, an entirely different process occurs, the force being rendered inert. The vehicle through which it functions is an empty channel, standing open. Anything may fill it. This is the key to much. It explains obsession. And when she uses this term obsession, I want you to think about those elementals. Whenever you see obsession, that's the work of elementals. In my words, I had mentioned before, whenever you see a habitual pattern, that's a sign that there are elementals at work there. Kevros says, God, peace. What? Peace. C-Main, peace. Hazard Pie says, sometimes a heart has to break to open. Indeed. But let's not skip over this, though. The form for a force raised from one plane to another is built up of the group mind. Right? If power be raised a plane polarity, if power be raised, a plane polarity is insufficient, and you must have a group. Now, remember that the term, okay, so we're talking about obsession, right? Let me read that again. If, on the other hand, force be degraded a plane or a subplane, an entirely different process occurs. The force being rendered inert, the vehicle through which it functions is an empty channel, standing open. Anything may fill it. This is the key to much. It explains obsession. Now, remember that the term obsession is popularly used inaccurately when what is technically called overshadowing is meant. Overshadowing is a controlling influence exercised by one entity over another. Obsession only takes place when the soul has been precipitated by the process of degradation of consciousness. The term precipitation is used because the analogy is exact. MC Maestro says, so Trev, if I'm a supervillain, are you saying I have to cultivate an audience as support and fuel for my workings? That's certainly one way to do it. And it is being done across the world, is it not? Oh, we can't help but pay attention to people doing things that really doesn't concern us whatsoever, and hell, doesn't help us whatsoever. We just can't seem to help to give our attention away. We just can't seem to help to give away our most prized possession, our most prized currency. How many of y'all paid your tithes to Prakriti today? How many of you paid your distraction, paid your attention to the distractions of Prakriti today? How many hours were paid today in tithes? Some of y'all are giving more than 10%, and she's taking it all. She's taking your 80%, or for some of y'all, 95%. Prakriti, the Matrix, Mother Matrix is eating it up, taking all 98% of your attention. Right? Don't be ashamed. And in fact, it's best if you're able to acknowledge how much of your day did you pay to the Matrix. You're not getting it back, by the way. I mean, yeah, as long as we're here, like the Bible says, render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. You got to give Prakriti a little bit. You have to. In fact, sometimes it's an exchange. Sometimes she gives back to you. My Nelson says, I seen a huge ass today and it fucked me up. Hey, same here. Same here. But how much and how often? And can we afford it? Right? Can we afford that? Just something to consider. Speaking of obsession, let's continue. When, therefore, a true case of obsession has to be dealt with, it is not only necessary to cast out the invading entity, but to sublimate the soul. Remember when she talked about multiplication and division? When, therefore, a true case of obsession has to be dealt with, it is not only necessary to cast out the invading entity, but to sublimate the soul. You will see a reference to this in the story of the man from whom the devils were cast out and into whom the 7 devils, another Bible story, entered, finding the house empty. Another Bible story right here. Since she mentioned it, we'll go into it. Essentially, Jesus went to town and there was a family who had somebody who was possessed, right, with devils and demons. And Jesus is like, hey, who are you? And the demons are like, we are legion, right? It was legion. So Jesus is like, all right, y'all gotta go. Get. So he cast those devils out of the person. And they panicked and said, please, Jesus, don't send us back to where we came from. Send us anywhere except there. Right? So Jesus is like, all right, here's a bunch of pigs. Why don't y'all jump into those pigs? So Legion is like, cool. They jumped out of the man and jumped into the pigs. And then the pigs run and squeal and jump off the cliff into the ocean and drown. That's the story that they're talking about. Now, here's the thing. The next part I might get a bit confused, but the man was, I'm sure, told not to do the things he was doing before, clean up his act. And what actually happened is he opened the space for like 7 times more the demons. So in other words, you got these demons in your house, you clean them out, If you don't change your behavior, not only do those demons return, but they bring company. They bring company. Like I said, I might have got that second part a little off, but that's the gist of the story. If I have any Bible scholars here, perhaps y'all can correct any part that I might have gotten off. J Baldhill says, buy one demon, get 6 more free. MC Marshall says it was Sentiwit turning into Uniwit. Does anybody remember that story? Breezy, peace. John Micah says, my theory, those who prefer they them pronouns so outwardly are requesting that we acknowledge their legion. Interesting. Buy one, get 6 free. So, you will see when therefore a true case of obsession has to be dealt with, it is not only necessary to cast out the invading entity, but to sublimate the soul. You will see a reference to this in the story of the man from whom the devils were cast out, and into whom the 7 devils entered, finding the house empty. The degradation of the soul takes place through the operation of lower types of evolution. We talking about possession now? Yeah, this is the spicy, spooky stuff. The degradation, remember the sublimation was when you multiply the soul by itself. The degradation was when you divide it by itself. The degradation of the soul takes place through the operation of lower types of evolution, with which contacts have been formed. It does not take place as a result of a deliberate act of will, but rather as a result of an inhibition of will. Inhibition of will. Therefore, when you are dealing with a case in which the will functions from the inhibiting aspect rather than the kinetic aspect, you must always take care lest such a pull downwards is set up. Inhibited will is more dangerous thing than the perverted will, because it exposes its possessor to the influence of extra-human forces. Does anyone have a clear idea of what an inhibition of will, what that phrase might mean? Do you know what inhibition means? Do you know what the will means? Have you experienced the inhibition of will? And if you know what these words mean, and you can have a picture in your head of what they looks like, let's also imagine why shadow work is so necessary. Not optional, but necessary. Anybody? Anybody? There we go. Maestro says stopping or denying something from being expressed in any form. So that is inhibition, right? Stopping or denying something from being expressed. You got to break this down if you want to understand it and be able to apply it practically. It's a lot of heavy information in this book, and I really could just run through it, and it would be a lot of words, just words, that's it. But in order to really get this and make sense of it, you got to connect it to an actual real life scenario. That's why I'm taking my time with this. And I know it makes it a bit longer, but what's the point of doing this if we don't get it, right? You can do this on your own. Hazard Pie says self-sabotage. When you know you should be making progress, you know how, but remain in bad patterns and they get worse, kind of. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I would even say think of somebody with very strict and demanding parents, right? A child wants to do something, and their whole life, as they're growing up, they're constantly being inhibited and denied by their super strict parents, right? Say they might want their kid to go to school and be, I don't know, banker or something like that. But they want to paint and they want to do art. But their whole childhood, they're being denied and inhibited. They can't even touch artwork. All the stuff that they create gets thrown away, right? Inhibited. What do you think that will do over the years? What kind of, because here's the thing. The force that's inside of anybody is there and it must be expressed. You don't have a choice. You can't deny these things and expect them to just go away. If it's in you, it will find a way out. That's everybody. That's why we do what we do, because we're expressing energies that are within us, right? And if certain energies are inhibited with no outlet, it finds strange outlets. Somebody knows what I'm talking about from experience. Monica Lewan says, yes, stifling self-expression. So, breaking down that phrase, because I really wanted to make sure you don't miss that part, especially if she says it's a more dangerous thing than perverted will. Hazard Pie says, oh yeah, they might turn to drink or drugs or something to take the mind off the pain. It just be bitter and become an art critic. And let's not even glaze over the fact that they'll absolutely hate their parents. Enchanted Goddess says, I can relate from experience. MC Maestro says, strange outlets, right? Dr. Strange for a piece of change. Dr. Strange, right? So let's go back. Now that we have a picture in our heads of inhibition of will, let's read that again. The degradation of the soul takes place through the operation of lower types of evolution with which contacts have been formed. Now, what are the lower types of evolution? We could say elementals if we wanted to. The degradation of the soul takes place through the operation of lower types of evolution with which contacts have been formed. It does not take place as a result of a deliberate act of will. You don't choose to do this, but rather as a result of an inhibition of will. Therefore, when you are dealing with a case in which the will functions from the inhibiting aspect rather than the kinetic aspect, you must always take care lest such a pull downwards is set up. Inhibited will is a more dangerous thing than the perverted will, because it exposes its possessor to the influence of extra-human forces. You want to talk about real demons? The ones that all the NPCs are so terrified of? Grown-ass adults? Oh, don't mess with that demonic stuff, man. That. Better leave that alone, man. I don't do that. I don't mess with that. That's demonic. The stuff that these grown-ass adults are afraid of? You don't talk about real demons. We're talking about inhibited will that is expressing itself in strange ways through the elementals and those elemental habits and obsessions that they've made contact with. Think about Purusha Prakriti. Think about the soul and matter, right? The soul is just the observer. It doesn't do anything. We're talking about attachment here, right? You can't do anything except through the elementals. The whole fact that you move your body, it's done through the agency of elementals. Your thoughts and your feelings and all of your experience is done through the agency of elementals. And there are different types of elementals, including strange ones. And what did she say? When the will functions from the inhibiting aspect, look, when you've been inhibited, you're developing certain patterns, certain beliefs. And when you're acting out of those patterns and beliefs, you're acting from the inhibiting aspect. What aspect of your personality has been grown and developed based on the inhibition? See what I mean? See what I mean? IDK DKDF, peace. He says, strange compared to what? Normal? Sure. Right? Strange compared to useful and appropriate. Strange compared to possessing a level of self-control. Did you know that there are a lot of people who behave in patterns and ways that are not useful or appropriate to themselves? Most of those useless and inappropriate behaviors and beliefs and emotions are the result of an inhibited will. I think the percentage of people who become heroin addicts on purpose, I think that percentage is very small compared to those who become heroin addicts due to acting out from habits formed from an inhibition of will. So therefore, when you are dealing with a case in which the will functions from the inhibiting aspect rather than the kinetic aspect, you must always take care lest such a pull downwards is set up. Inhibited will is a more dangerous thing than the perverted will because it exposes its possessor to the influence of extra-human forces. Enchanted Cottage says unhealthy patterns, right? Coping mechanisms in various degrees. It's not always a deep addiction to drugs, but I mean, it could be an eating disorder, right? I would call an eating disorder strange because that's not very useful or appropriate, at least not for a healthy well-being. Ace in the place. Peace. You will see then that the occult significance of the maxim that the law of action and reaction being equal has two implications. Action and reaction are only equal on one plane. But when the functioning of 7 planes is available, they are anything but equal. Interesting point. The law of action and reaction being equal has two implications. Action and reaction are only equal on one plane. So on the physical plane right here that we're experiencing, there's action and reaction. I drop my pen, the pen falls, and my unicorn becomes bald-headed. Now, if we were to take that to the astral plane versus the physical plane, the action and reaction is not equal. It's not the same thing. Me dropping my pen does not equate to bald-headed unicorn on the astral, or definitely not the mental, or even the etheric. These different levels now have different rules. Action and reaction are equal and opposite on the plane on which they occur. But when an action occurring on a plane has its reaction on another plane, the result is transmutation of values. We talk about magic. Let me read that again. Action and reaction are equal and opposite on the plane on which they occur. right? We got that. But when an action occurring on a plane has its reaction on another plane, ooh, the result is a transmutation of values. Think about it. Think about the sacrifice you make towards your entity or your spirit. Think about your regular practice, your worship or your prayer or your meditation and contemplation on a spirit, right? Think about you lighting your incense or your palo. Think about you leaving your bowl outside to collect rainwater under the full moon. Action and reaction are equal and opposite on the plane on which they occur, but when an action occurring on a plane has its reaction on another plane, the result is a transmutation of values. IDKDKDF says, what is useful and appropriate to you may have no value to me or someone else, vice versa. So what constitutes what's useful and appropriate? I ask because I'm pondering ideas of normal and strange. Well, that's why I choose to use those words, useful and appropriate, because those words are not absolute. Those words are relative. So when I say useful and appropriate, that is presupposing that you have some clarity of intent, right? This is presupposing that you are someone that knows what you're doing when you wake up and you blink and you breathe, right? Everybody wants something. Not everybody's clear. I'll take that. But everybody has something that they're moving towards, right? And your actions on a daily basis, somebody could say are normal or good and bad, but I prefer to use useful and appropriate. Are your actions and behaviors useful and appropriate towards the direction that you're moving in? Or are they not useful and not appropriate? Since we're talking about different people, we have to speak in a way that is relative if we want clarity. So yeah, you're absolutely right. What's useful and appropriate to me is different than what's useful and appropriate to you. But this is something that is, like I said, it presupposes and takes into consideration that you have some idea of what you're doing, right? What's the point of your life? What direction are you moving in? Are you somebody that wants to go to college for a computer programming degree? Well, are your actions and behaviors useful and appropriate towards that goal? Are you somebody that just wants to make $50 tonight? Well, are your actions useful and appropriate towards that? Etc. ad nauseum. There we go. MC Maestro says, if I'm yelling and digging in my booty while I'm on stage and my intent is to give a speech, it is not useful or appropriate. There we go. It's also not normal, right? Because it doesn't comply with what your purpose here is, what your intent here is. So yeah, if you don't have an intent or a purpose, well then shit, I guess it doesn't matter, which is probably why you're resorting to methods of inhibited will. But like I said, my framework of useful and appropriate presupposes that you have some kind of goal, some kind of sense of purpose. All right, to the text. I met plenty of people who have a goal of losing weight, right, of being a certain weight, and it's difficult for them to also break their habits of eating unhealthy, right? Those habits of eating unhealthy wouldn't be normal for what they claim their life to be. It is not useful or appropriate to eat unhealthy if you're trying to lose weight. It is useful and appropriate to get some exercise and, keep track of what's going in, etc., etc. Plain and simple. These values have already been explained to you, right? So what values are we talking about? Action and reaction are equal and opposite on the plane which they occur, but when an action occurring on a plane has its reaction on another plane, the result is a transmutation of values. These values have already been explained to you. It will no doubt have occurred to you that when a force being transmuted from one plane to another exerts its influence on a second plane and withdraws its influence from the first, an alteration of equilibrium will result. This is indeed the case, and it is therefore necessary for the adept who performs this operation to maintain the adequate equilibrium of stresses. For this purpose, he must know the method of properly degrading an equivalent force. This is an exceedingly important point in practical occultism and concerns the utilization of reverse aspects and their compensating potencies. The Sephiroth being reversed are the Clipoth. Ooh, I didn't expect to see that word in this book. Spooky. The Sephiroth being reversed are the Clipoth. Therein is the key to much. And therefore it is that in every magical operation in which a great spiritual potencies are invoked, lesser entities are also employed in their proper aspects. And when what you would term a master wishes to operate on the physical plane, he will of necessity employ an entity of a lower grade of evolution than his own. And he will be compelled to work through the personality of that person in order to restore the equilibrium which he is about to displace. He will then, metaphorically speaking, employ that entity as the nadir of his arc. Ooh. Yo, might have to go back to that. Might have to go back and read that again. That just kind of added some more clarity for me on the different color scales of the tree, right? The king scale, the queen scale, the emperor scale, and the empress scale. But also, did you see what she just said there? Did you see what she just said there as far as if a master wanted to operate on the physical plane, it would be necessary to employ a lower entity and operate through that entity? Did you catch that? Why? Because of what she mentioned earlier about completing that nadir. She's got a book called Circuit of Force. Has anybody ever heard of Dion Fortune's Circuit of Force? Man, I first bought this book here and I thought I was about to dig into it and eat good. And I realized quickly I didn't even have teeth yet. So I had to sit on this book for a whole year before I cracked it open. I bit into it straight gums. Straight gums. Let's go back. Let's go back. For those of you who know a little bit of something, let's go back. Hoy vey. These values have already been explained to you. It will no doubt have occurred to you that when a force being transmuted from one plane to another exerts its influence on a second plane and withdraws its influence from the first, an alteration of equilibrium will result. Do we get that? Basically, she's saying, look, if you're doing energy work, right? If you're moving these energies and these influences around, you better know what you're doing, right? You better know the whole system will be affected. You have to be aware that the whole system will be affected. For example, if you're looking at this right here and you're like, oh, I'm gonna do some work on the 17th path, or I'm gonna do some work with Gibara, well, understand that the work you're gonna do will have an effect on the corresponding and surrounding areas as well. If you're doing work here, there's going to be an effect here and here and here and here, which means there's going to be effect here, 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 and here, because this thing operates as a unit. That great meme that somebody posted earlier, it said 1 is the first phase of 1, 2 is the second phase of 2, 3 is the third phase of, 1 is the first phase of 1, 2 is the second phase of 1, 3 is the third phase of 1, 4 is the fourth phase of 1. Travis Magus is the Travis Magus phase of 1. It's one system. There's no separation, no difference. Oath of the Abyss, all of reality is a conversation between you and God. All this stuff should be starting to click. Check this out. This is indeed the case, and it is therefore necessary for the adept who performs this operation to maintain the adequate equilibrium of stresses. Look, it's your duty, if you're playing with this energy, it's your duty to understand that when you move one piece, the other pieces are going to move too. Y'all remember that those cheap ass little puzzles that used to pass out for free with like books and sometimes trick or treating, where it's like this square and it has a bunch of little squares in it, like it's supposed to be an image. It's like a puzzle, but the only way that you can solve it is like by moving little pieces. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? I don't even know if those things have a name, but it's like a little puzzle and it's like a bunch of little squares and you have to shift them left and right and up and down, and there's like one blank space, and it's like you have to shift them all until you make that picture complete. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. I don't know who makes those. I do remember getting them in like my trick-or-treat bag as a kid. All right, C-May knows what I'm talking about. It's a lot like that. There's a lot of shifting here. Jay Baldhill says Hellraiser. Hazard Pie says that's why divination before a spell, and to think deeply about the possibilities. The possibilities. Remember what was said earlier as well. The effect is wrapped up in the cause. That's what Samkhya tells us. Y'all might want to get this book. And if you don't get this book, maybe check out the book read that I did, the book study I did. Because I did this on YouTube as well. Samkhya Darshan. Get this book. Read it yourself. The effect is wrapped up in the cause. It's bundled up in the cause already. Perhaps that's why divination works. Let's keep going. For this purpose, he must know the method of properly degrading an equivalent force. You must know the method of properly dividing, right? Because you said degrading a force is dividing it by itself. 1 is the first phase of 1, 2 is the second phase of 1, 3 is the third phase of 1, 4 is the fourth phase of 1. Somebody follow me now. We're talking about library of correspondences, right? 7 is the seventh phase of 1. Everything is the everything phase of 1. If you're looking at these symbols in terms of mathematics, she just told us in order to degrade a force, you have to divide it by itself. Correspondences. Trav, what color candle do I use? Trav, what do I divide by in order to get that thing I'm trying to get? What time that's what somebody asked me today. What time can I summon King Payment? Do I have to do it at night or in the morning? While you could say it's a silly question, you could also say, well, what are you trying to do? How does it correspond with the effect? What do you have to divide? This is making any kind of sense. For this purpose, he must know the method of properly degrading an equivalent force correspondence. This is an exceedingly important point in practical occultism. This is not a trivial point. Dion Fortune said this is an exceedingly important point in practical occultism, and it concerns the utilization of reverse aspects in their compensating potencies. Well, look, this silence in the chat better be because you're highlighting this paragraph. Fuck it, we're gonna highlight this whole thing. The Sephiroth being reversed are the Clipoth. Therein is the key to much, and therefore it is that in every magical operation in which great spiritual potencies are invoked, lesser entities are also employed in their proper aspects. And when what you would term a master wishes to operate on the physical plane, he will of necessity employ an entity of a lower grade of evolution than his own. And he will be compelled to work through the personality of that person in order to restore the equilibrium which he is about to displace. He will then, metaphorically speaking, employ that entity as the nadir of his arc. Now we have solved a great mystery. You know what that great mystery we just solved is? Hey Trev, how come we got a Shimham Mephrosh angel and a Goetia devil? Are they opposites of each other? Oh no, my friend. In fact, they are operating on different planes. So, in that sense, they are not connected. However, they are given to us for a different reason. Uh-oh. Anybody tell me why? If Andros is number 62 and the angel Anuel is number 62, does that mean that they balance each other because one is against the other? Do they have the same powers? Does one do this and one do the opposite? Not quite, but you're close. Oh man. I wonder if you would know if you are being used by a higher entity. Jabal Hill says 63. All right, my number's a little rusty. I'm a little rusty. My gnosis says, so does that mean when a master employs his self into a human body, the human body has to have a level of awareness to be an equivalent force? My answer is this. If that human body has an expanded library of correspondences in order to have that conversation, absolutely. But there's a very high possibility that that human host will not have his library of correspondences expanded. And if that's the case, they won't understand. Not on that level. I spoke earlier about that conscious mind. Is it even necessary for the conscious mind to know what's going on? Not only is the conscious mind like the CEO, he's like the aloof CEO. And that secretary, it's almost like that cartoon where the CEO is kind of just walking along life doing his thing, thinking everything is perfect, narrowly avoiding disaster that he's completely unaware of because the secretary is saving his ass every 2 seconds. That's the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. How can you speak with your higher self if you don't even have the vocabulary? That's good right there. That's good stuff right there. And by the way, isn't this what we're doing when we summon spirits? When we're working with goetic entities or elementals or any of these other forces? Isn't this what we're doing? We're summoning them to do our bidding on their respective plane so that we can have a result in our plane. She said a lot in this paragraph, if you really are listening. Sephiroth being reversed are the clip-off. Archangels representing the Sephiroth. Cliphotic spirits, demons representing the clip-off. There's something to this. There's something to it. The 4C transmutes will be received by the highest aspect of that entity and will be expressed by the lowest and most concrete aspect of the individuality of that entity. And the personality will be used for the return flow from the physical plane. Hell, for all we know, you're going through this process all the time. Peace, Star Lion. I thought to myself, what elemental do I have to summon to keep my coffee hot longer? And the answer I got was the elemental that's shaped like a Stanley Cup. They don't always have to be spooky, spectacular. It can be mundane. The 4C transmutes will be received by the highest aspect of that entity and will be expressed by the lowest and most concrete aspect of the individuality of that entity. And the personality will be used for the return flow from the physical plane. All right, so that's figure 23. Individuality, personality, action and reaction, equal and opposite. And here's the channel. That kind of looks like a torus, a toroidal field. Okay. Okay. So this would be expressed in a diagrammatic form by the letter Y. We just saw that. Of which the two arms would represent the individuality and the personality. And the basal point, the channel of outflowing and inflowing on the physical plane. Upon the Y, superimpose an X, and you will get the symbol of the outflowing and inflowing forces. The X being formed of two C's back to back. The left hand being marked with an arrow of outflowing, and the right hand with an arrow of inflowing. You will now perceive why chastity is demanded when operations of practical magic are in progress. Because the return flow, having to take place through the personality in its lowest and most primitive aspect, that aspect has to be upturned so that the force of its expression may return to God who gave it, and not some random hoe or dusty. Interesting. You will now perceive why chastity is demanded when operations of practical magic are in progress. Imagine doing all that work and then blowing that energy on some some vagabond. Imagine cultivating all that energy just to blow it on somebody who's scared to meditate. Bringing down all this power. And releasing it. With somebody who's attached to some bullshit. Let me read that again. This would be expressed in a diagrammatic form by the letter Y. We just saw that image, of which the two arms would represent the individuality and the personality, and the basal point of the channel of outflowing and inflowing on the physical plane. Upon the Y, superimpose an X, and you will get the symbol of the outflowing and inflowing forces. The X being formed of two C's back to back, the left hand being marked with an arrow of outflowing, and the right hand with an arrow of inflowing. You will now perceive why chastity is demanded when operations of practical magic are in progress. Because the return flow having to take place through the personality in its lowest and most primitive aspect, that aspect has to be upturned so that the force of its expression may return to God who gave it. Star Lion says, so that answers the semen retention question people always seem to ask about. Yes, absolutely. But in this case, the female, the woman, is not exempt. This applies to anybody who is capable of an orgasm. But yeah, you're absolutely right. This is but another way of expressing the use of sublimation for the purpose of generating force in the upper planes. This is but another way of expressing the use of sublimation for the purpose of generating force in the upper planes. The pupil who receives force from his master on a higher plane for purposes of transmission to the physical plane must be prepared to effect the transmutation of the corresponding amount of force in his own nature from a lower plane to a higher in order to preserve the necessary balance. It is the neglect of this operation which causes the all too frequent outweighting of the lower aspects of the occultist. Imagine that. Your higher self building up energy for you and sending it your way, and you supposed to send it back so y'all can connect. And you sitting out here burning the candle out, short-circuiting the circuit. For what? For a temptation that doesn't even stack up to the original temptation? For boredom? For some loneliness that could be overcome through shadow work? Right? It has nothing to do with what's good and what's bad, or you shouldn't, or culture or society. We talking about energy here. We talk about energy here. Imagine that. Your higher self building up energy for you. All right, this is the energy you've been asking for. This is going to help you get that manifestation. This is going to push you across the finish line. This is going to get you everything. That money you were looking for, right? That job you're looking for, that vehicle, that house, this relationship, right? This business. This is all the energy you need. We got it all packaged up. I'm gonna go ahead and send it your way. Here you go. All I need you to do is, swing it around and send it right back to me. I'll check on you in a few minutes. Come back around. This joker down here blowing it down. What the hell? So you telling me you asked for this and I gave it to you and you squirting it all over the place? This is outrageous. That's funny. That is funny. This asshole is on Pornhub and I just sent you everything you needed. This motherfucker here. It's 2:30 at night, and instead of going to sleep, you calling this person. I can't believe it. They pulling up now. Ain't this some shit? And trying to get to your conscience. Maybe you should go back home. Maybe you should go back home. Maybe you shouldn't answer the phone. Turn the phone off. Say you were asleep. You look at it. Nah, I'm gonna go ahead and get through with this. Goodness. How many times do you think that has happened? How many times do you think you worked up the appropriate amount of energy, right? How many times you think? Oh, man. Yeesh. Have you paid your tithes to Prakriti today? Have you paid your dues? She taxing hard, ain't she? She taxing you for everything you gonna give her. And look, that's the thing. Prakriti is taxing you for everything you gonna give her. She ain't making you do nothing. You choosing to be attached. You choosing to do this. You done gave your whole check to Prakriti for what? For the same thing you have already gotten. Ain't nothing new out here. These people working with the exact same equipment. Sure, some things might be slightly different, but it ain't nothing you ain't seen or felt before. Ain't nothing you ain't seen or felt before. Man. Veronica Archaga says, I think in this case, people don't understand how it really works. Facts. My Gnosis says, quit putting my business out there, Trev. I don't think you're alone in this boat, my friend. Starline said, dude from Boondocks said booty is more important than water. That's what he said. She taxing hard, ain't she? Chandra Carter says, you think you're thirsty, but you're actually hungry. Right. Jay Baldhill says, so we should make a fetish out of our higher self and bust on that. Well, if you think that you have the mental framework to handle that without, what was that previous phrase? Without expressing some inhibited will. Look, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but there are different ways to do this. I'll tell you that. As with all magic, perhaps experiment. I remember one of the Bihar school books talking about passion, right? And how it's impossible to eliminate desire. So the next best thing to do is to fixate your desire on the work. Some things you can't get rid of, but you can steer them in a more useful and appropriate direction. How about that? Oh, and by the way, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'll say this. There's such a thing called Tantra. There's such a thing called Tantra. And I'm not talking about, putting on some Indian music and staring into somebody's eyes uncomfortably pretending to do sex yoga. There's an actual practice, right? But again, if your mental framework is able to do that properly, then there's different ways. But you got to have the honesty to keep it real with yourself. You just making an excuse to continue doing what you always do? Etheric says it talks about that in the etheric double. Right. See, I don't know if this is the audience to have that discussion, but I will say that there are different options for this. Different options. This is but another way of expressing the use of sublimation for the purpose of generating force in the upper planes. You got to think to yourself, how many times has this already happened? You ever have those weeks or those days where you're just on top, doing your rituals, doing your meditations, doing your magic, and like you really in it? You ever have those days and those weeks where you just really, really in it, and then the next week, nothing? I wonder if there was like a middle point where it went from being on top to that nothing. What if there was something that you didn't pay attention to that you did that caused a shift? I'm just saying, pay attention to yourself. You are never not doing magic. If you're under the sound of my voice right now, if you're here, you're in this. There's no going back. There's no getting out of it. You must be aware of yourself. And everything that you do, everything that you think, you must be aware of yourself. Because it's always on. There's no point where it's off and God isn't watching, Prakriti isn't taxing. At no point. It is always on. That's why I keep talking about this oath of the abyss. Everything is a conversation between you and God. At no point at no point does that end. In fact, it gets more intense. All right. You just got to be creative, and you have to keep it real with yourself, right? You know, if you're just playing around and doing the same shit, but there's also creative solutions, and I'll leave that to you. The pupil who receives force from his master on a higher plane for purposes of transmission to the physical plane, that's the purpose, must be prepared to effect the transmutation of the corresponding amount of force in his own nature. So look, it's this is something that you're capable of in your everyday life. Think about, like, say, an ant. If we're asking an ant to summon up energy, it's not going to be able to summon up the same amount as a human will, but it can do so in its own ratio, right? Correspondence. The pupil who receives force from his master on a higher plane for purposes of transmission to the physical plane must be prepared to effect the transmutation of the corresponding amount of force in his own nature from a lower plane to a higher in order to preserve the necessary balance. It is the neglect of this operation which causes the all too frequent overweighting of the lower aspects of the occultist. This chapter was so full of occult principles, tips, and tricks and techniques. Sheesh. Where we at with it? Dang. Matthew Watson says that heavy feeling in the etheric body after she takes that prana. This ain't me. Please forgive me. I love Steve Harvey and Nephew Tony. I do. Brother Connolly, you all right? My heart is palpitating here. I don't use language. I swear I heard my neighbors in them using. This ain't me. Please forgive me. This the last time. This the last time. Higher self trying to help y'all make it to the next level. Now, that's what you asked for. That's what you prayed for. Y'all acting like y'all ain't put in all this work. Y'all acting like y'all ain't put in all this work. That you just out here like these other folks. Slumping around and slinging around and laying around. And y'all acting like y'all just these folks that don't give a damn about nothing. Killing themselves and killing each other. Y'all acting like y'all just one of them. Like you ain't put in all this work, made all these sacrifices. This ain't me. I swear this ain't me. Please forgive me. Y'all acting like y'all ain't put in all this work. You might as well just go. Well, I'll leave it alone. Leave it alone. That's that booty meat. Y'all acting like y'all one of them. All right. Chapter 26. The Law of Limitation. MC Maestro says, and you got to spend the next 10 minutes cleaning up. Ah, the shameful shower. J. Baldhill said, Crowley said something about the path to enlightenment is based on sublime masturbation. So listen, one interesting thing about Bobby Hemmett's videos and lectures is that he was able to go all over the place now. He went to hell with it. He went to Jesus ain't it, right? He went to the demons. He went to India, Africa. He went all over the place. But when he started talking about divine sex and tantra, then people didn't want to hear it. They rejected it. Nah, we don't want to hear none of that. Don't touch our sacred ritual of knocking the boots. Somebody rock, knocking the boots. Right? It's a sensitive topic for a lot of people. But perhaps there is something there. Perhaps there is something there. Who knows? Who knows? Anyways, let's continue. 26. The Law of Limitation. Limitation is the first law of manifestation. Pop quiz. Where have we heard this before? This is an older book read. Well, I'll go ahead and tell you. It's Ophel. There we go. MC Marshall says Ophel. Anna Molly. Peace. I was wondering when you'd pop in. You missed all the sex talk. Limitation is the first law of manifestation. Ophel told us all about that, right? Ophel told us about how out of this vast expanse of possibility and potentiality, there has to be a certain slicing limiting, cutting away, so that there can be a focus on a particular thing. Supremacy McCoy, peace, peace. I think you missed all the sex talk as well. Therefore, it is the first law of power. The first law of power. This is not sufficiently appreciated. Many people believe that a spiritual power is infinite, which is far from being the case. For the logos to manifest, it has to circumscribe itself. Who knows what that means? What's circumscribe? What does it mean to circumscribe itself? Mm, 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 mm. Wayne M, peace, peace. Moby, peace. All right, so essentially it's talking about it must know itself. It must know itself. It must travel all through itself. And Amalia says, go around. Exactly. Circum, like circumference. It must go through and around. It must know itself, essentially. So let's read that again. Limitation is the first law of manifestation. Therefore, it is the first law of power. This is not sufficiently appreciated. Many people believe that a spiritual power is infinite, which is far from being the case. For the logos to manifest, it has to circumscribe itself. But for a spiritual power, it's so much greater than the potencies of the lower planes that when brought to bear upon them, it overcomes all resistance. But a spiritual power is so much greater than the potencies of the lower planes. Look, you got the lower planes, right? And the potencies of those lower planes, what those lower planes are capable of, right? Then you have a spiritual power. So look, a spiritual power is so much greater than the potencies of the lower planes that when brought to bear upon them, when that spiritual power is brought to bear upon the potency of the lower planes, it overcomes all resistances, right? This is why magic works. But in order to bring any energy into manifestation, it is necessary to provide it with a form or a vehicle. Everybody highlight that. Everybody highlight that, right? Because no matter what you're attempting to manifest, no matter what level or stage you're at, you better know that. You better know that. The age-old example of, oh, I'm trying to manifest more money, and then you end up getting a triple shift at your job. That's mandatory, right? Well, you're getting more money, but that was the only vehicle or form that you had for that to take place. Am I right? Oh, Alchemy Gold. Alchemy Gold says, hello, beautiful enchanted cottage. Missed you today in class. Peace, Alchemy Gold. Greetings, Astral Ascension. But in order to bring any energy into manifestation, it is necessary to provide it with a form or vehicle. The form is built in the substance of the plane immediately superior to that upon which it is desired to produce an effect. Ooh. Ooh. The form is built in the substance of the plane immediately superior to that upon which it is desired to produce an effect. And through this channel is directed the force it is desired to invoke. Let's make that practical. What's the plane that we're currently on? that we desire to have an effect? That's the physical plane. What is the plane that is directly superior, immediately superior to the physical plane? Does anybody know? And as you answer that question, what is the form? What is the plane immediately superior to the physical plane? As you answer that question, think about something that you're trying to manifest and ask yourself, did you create a form on that plane? Did you create a form on that plane? I said, did you create a form on that plane? Anybody tell me why? I need some more Disney Princess fruit snacks. I gotta open a whole new box. These things were on sale. So I got like 5 of them. I tell you what, man, them Welch's fruit snacks and these Disney fruit snacks, these are the best little handy snacks to have in between. I tell you what. The Mott's are okay, but I'm not really feeling the Mott's. Too much real fruit and veggie juice in it. Them Welch's, the Welch's is the best. They wasn't on sale, so I didn't get the Welch's. Hands down, the Welch's, those are the best. All right, so the next plane that is immediately above this physical plane is the etheric plane, right? And how do you access the etheric plane? Disney Fruit Tussie. Alchemy Gold says shrooms. Perhaps, but an even more practical way is to simply use your visualization, to use your imagination, right? To invoke a force without directing it is to disperse it. To invoke a force without directing it is to disperse. So look, every force that you invoke with your imagination, there should be a reason for that. There should be a direction for that. When I say useful and appropriate to what? To your goal. Anybody can do a ritual. Anyone can pull down a force. Anyone can tap into the energy of whatever. But where did you send it? Where did you put it? Or did you just disperse it? We talked about that in the previous page, right? Just dispersing that energy that's been built up for you. It is only by a knowledge and utilization of the law of limitation that power can be conserved. It is only by a knowledge and a utilization of the law of limitation that power can be conserved. In order to achieve an end, you must outline that end and limit yourself to it, rejecting all that is irrelevant. And note this point. And by the way, this is one of the messages that I've been trying to communicate to you all for so long, rejecting all that is irrelevant. This is the message that I've been getting from Lakshmi, working with Lakshmi. Reject all that is irrelevant and focus only on me. That's what she's been telling me. And as I've been following that advice from that spirit, which I asked for, I have received the fruits of my labor and are still receiving those fruits. as usual, right? This is business as usual for me. And that should be the story for you as well. Manifestation should be business as usual for you. Directed manifestation, right? Yeah, it's exciting, but this should be something that you expect. This is every day. Il Mago. Il Mago. Remember him? To invoke a force without directing it is to disperse it. It is only by knowledge and utilization of the law of limitation that power can be conserved. In order to achieve an end, you must outline that end and limit yourself to it. Been talking about this since the handbook for new paradigm book. In order to achieve an end, you must outline that end and limit yourself to it, rejecting all that is irrelevant. You don't have any time. You can't afford to spend any of your attention or your focus on the anxiety, on the annoyances, on the distractions. You can't afford to do that. And Amali says, had good results this week. Awesome, awesome. Framestar Films, peace, peace. Alora, peace, peace. Missed you last time, Alora. Sorry about that. I was in the zone. Etheric says tunnel vision. Precisely. Read it one more time. In order to achieve an end, you must outline that end and limit yourself to it, rejecting all that is irrelevant. And note this point. The first process in the invocation of power is the rejection of that which is irrelevant. Y'all, this is part of the game right here. How are you calling yourself an Il Mago, a magus, and you're getting caught up in the nonsense, getting caught up in things that are irrelevant. There's a lot of stuff that's irrelevant out there, isn't it? Yet you've paid Prakriti to consume it. Like you went up to the Prakriti bullshit drive-through, paid her an attention, and she gave you memes and reels and gossip and people that are irrelevant to your goal and to your purpose. Like, you paid for it. Nobody forced it on you. You chose to focus on that stuff. So the first process in the invocation of power is the rejection of that which is irrelevant. This is another name for concentration. What's the Indian word for concentration? Does anybody know the Sanskrit word for concentration? Uh-oh. Monica Lawan got straight to it. Monica Lawan says, yes, Dharana Darshan, I only see the eye of the bird. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That is another name for concentration. What is the first process in the invocation of power is the rejection of that which is irrelevant. The law of limitation means the concentration of power by the rejection of the irrelevant. This is not sufficiently understood. In all undertakings, the prime requisite for success is to know what you cannot do. This is discrimination. Bonus, does anybody know the Sanskrit word for discrimination? Who knows the Sanskrit word for discrimination? Because we talked about that too. I can't forget it because it always makes me think of Vivica Fox. Viveka. Discrimination, Viveka. Vairagya is non-attachment. And by the way, where else do we see the word discrimination? Where else does that happen? On the tree of life. That's the first virtue, right, of Malkuth. That's the virtue of Malkuth. Discrimination. The law of limitation is the necessary corollary of the laws governing the invocation of power. The law of limitation is the corollary. I think I need somebody to look that up for me. Corollary. Corollary. It's pulling up a blank in my database. You know, NLP says that when you're reading and you come across a word that you don't know or you don't have a definition for, it impairs the absorption process. So it really helps to not gleam over words that you don't know as best as possible. Thankfully, we've got the internet. And Amalia says corollary, corresponding. Okay, thank you. Corresponding. J. Baltail says a natural consequence. And Amalia says like a correlation. Okay, thank you. Now, let's go back. Since corollary is equivalent to a correlation or a natural consequence, a correspondence, the law of limitation is the necessary corollary of the laws governing the invocation of power. Thank you, Alchemy Gold. A proposition that follows from and is often appended to one already proved. Okay. So, the law of limitation is the necessary corollary of the laws governing the invocation of power. When it is desired to put through an enterprise, first proceed to think the matter out in all its details. Right? When it's desired to be put through an enterprise, when you're actually working with this, first proceed to think the matter out in all its details, clearly outlining the end it is designed to achieve. Next, consider the means whereby that end may be achieved. Next, proceed to eliminate all desire for anything unconnected with that aim. This is the most important point. In other words, you render yourself one-pointed. Ooh, Dharana again. Dharana again. Look, all of y'all want to manifest, all right? Who here has something that they're trying to manifest and bring into existence? Who here in this chat has something that they're trying to manifest and bring into existence? If the answer is me, which obviously it is, make sure that you're going through this process. Hell, do it tonight. Do it tonight. And I'll read it again. And make sure that you're thinking about your specific manifestation. And make sure that you're doing this every time until it's automatic. Listen now, we're on page 152 of this version, right here on chapter 26, the law of limitation. 3 paragraphs in. I want you to make sure that you get this. Listen and look. The law of limitation is the necessary corollary of the laws governing the invocation of power. When it is desired to put through an enterprise, here's step 1. First, proceed to think the matter out in all its details. All right, so think about your manifestation. Think it all out in as many details as you can. Clearly outlining the end it is designed to achieve. So clearly outline the end that is designed to achieve. Next, consider the means whereby that end may be achieved. She says, consider the means. Consider the means whereby the end may be achieved. Next, proceed to eliminate all desire for anything unconnected with that aim. Proceed to eliminate all desire for anything unconnected with that aim. This is the most important point. In other words, you render yourself one-pointed. I don't care what you got going on. Make sure you focus on this paragraph and do this. This is your cosmic doctrine homework. Make sure that you run your manifestation process through this right here. If you can't do that, you don't really want what you say you want. Period. If you don't have the time to do that, you don't want what you say you really want. And that's on Nanda. That's on Nanda. Now, it may well be that in doing so, you put aside certain legitimate human aims. Put them aside with the proviso that in due season their claims shall be considered, and then proceed with utter ruthlessness to limit yourself to the matter in hand, so that you have but one desire and all else is subordinate to it. And think of nothing else, read of nothing else, dream of nothing else until the matter is finished. Then, having achieved this complete circumscription, didn't we just see that word before? For the logos to manifest, it has to circumscribe itself. Then, having achieved this complete circumscription of desire and limitation of the content of consciousness, invoke the power for its performance. In a flash, the things will be done. Invoke the power for its performance, and in a flash, the thing will be done. Thorough preparation means quick completion. Ooh, I like that. I might print that out on a meme. I might make a little thing about that. Thorough preparation means quick completion. My dad used to tell me, what was it? Piss poor planning makes poor, how was it? Yeah, poor preparation makes for piss poor results. Dang, I forgot the quote. How does that quote go? Piss poor planning makes for poor results. Thorough preparation means quick completion. In these matters, insufficient time is usually given to the preparation, and therefore the achievement is incomplete. Does that ring true? Does that ring true? How many people actually plan out their rituals and take the time to get it, to make sure that it's covers all the bases, versus how many of us just spontaneously jump into it? Now, there is a time and a season for doing both, that's for sure. There's certainly a time and a season to just go with the flow and do it as it has come upon you. But there's also a time and a season to thoroughly prepare. Thank you, Framestar. Framestar says prior preparation prevents piss poor performance. A lot of P's. Yeah, I was trying to remember all the P's. Thanks. Prior preparation prevents piss poor performance. Alora says, the means to getting what you want is a way for you to start seeing the possibilities of it being true, therefore within your grasp. You sabotage yourself when you become dependent on a specific means. Yes. Yes. If it is your intention to invoke spiritual potencies, you must prepare for them by the complete dedication of the content of consciousness. By what? By the complete dedication of the content of consciousness. Check it out now. We talked about the CEO, the conscious mind, and the secretary, the subconscious mind. The thing about the CEO is he can only handle so much information at once. Are you paying Prakriti too much? Are you paying nature and distraction and the world and culture? Are you paying them too much? Is your awareness completely full with that indigestible nonsense? Right? How many hours today did you spend on things that are not useful or appropriate to what you're trying to manifest, to what you're manifesting, to Vaitai? And what would happen if you filled your limited awareness, right? Because we can only be aware of so many, I think it's 5 or 6 things, give or take 2. What would happen if we filled our awareness with what it is that we're actually aiming to do? Peace, Kyle the God. Turkey lettuce wrap tacos. That sounds nice. I think I might do burritos tonight. Rainwater, peace, peace. If it is your intention to invoke spiritual potencies, you must prepare for them by the complete dedication of the content of consciousness. The complete dedication. It must not be forgotten, however, that such a narrowing of consciousness would destroy the balance of the nature if persisted in unduly. Therefore, learn to alternate periods of concentration with periods of expansion and fullness of life, so that the broadened consciousness and developed character act as a background for the intensification and limitation of desire, which brings spiritual potencies into manifestation on the physical plane. It is the lack of this proportion which leads to fanaticism and lack of balance. Look, we don't want fanaticism and we don't want lack of balance, right? Those 2 things are not useful or appropriate to having consistent manifestations. 1111. Thank you, Anna Molly. At 1111, Kyle the God Pod says, I'll just say it. Travis is the continuation of panic. Travis is literally the definition of the Dark Lord. Thank you for that. Lem, right there at the gateway. Look at what she says here, right? You don't want fanaticism and you don't want lack of balance. How do you prevent that? I had to learn this the hard way, right? I tried to go extremely hard with no breaks. I didn't like breaks. I just wanted to go hard. 100% of the time. And if that's what you choose to do, you better not stop. You better not stop. Because there's a lurker at the threshold waiting for you to slip. Instead of fighting that battle of always trying to stay on your guard, it's more useful and appropriate for your energy and for your anxiety to focus extremely one-pointed and then release and just kind of chill and relax. And hell, pay Prakriti a little bit, tip Prakriti, right? Throw a couple extra ones, right? Enjoy, and then go back to the focus. It's more natural and more healthy to do it that way. It says, therefore, learn to alternate periods of concentration with periods of expansion and fullness of life. See, and I'm talking right now about, how many hours did you spend on Prakriti, right? How many hours did you spend on distractions? How many hours did you spend on the nonsense? Yes, I said that, and you know what I mean. But also being in this human body, navigating through culture, it's almost expected that you spend some time. I simply asked how much. The Bible says pay your tithes, 10%, right? But to sit here for 8 hours, 10 hours, scrolling on social media, talking about Diddy, you know what I'm saying? Talking about the I always forget, who is it? The Kendrick and the Drake, right? Or whatever is on the menu today. Alternate your periods of focus with periods of expansion. Just make sure that there's balance here, or else it's going to lead to something that you're not happy with. Minosis, welcome back. All right. It is by the limitation of the content of consciousness that you achieve the concentration of power. It is by the limitation of the content of consciousness. Think about your consciousness. Like I said, your consciousness is limited. You can only hold a certain number of data points in your awareness at any given time, right? Science tells us that. Repeated experiments show that the number somewhere between 5 to 9 things we can hold in our awareness at any given time. And she says, it is by the limitation of the content of consciousness that you achieve the concentration of power. But it is by the development and expansion of consciousness that you achieve the basis of limitation. Because limitation implies discrimination. And a limitation of consciousness is entirely different to a limited consciousness. Limited consciousness implies the exclusion of experience. Limitation of consciousness implies selection of experience and the focusing of attention upon the chosen subject. Do you see the difference there? Do you see the difference between the limitation of consciousness and a limited consciousness? A limitation of consciousness would be somebody who has trained in martial arts and they go out and somebody is making a scene and challenging them, and they decide, you know what, you got it, man. I ain't even gonna. We don't even have to take this any further. You're right, whatever, and they back off. They have the option to choose peace, right? But a limited consciousness doesn't have that option. They're saying they're putting their hands up is done out of fear and cowardice, right? Not out of control and power. They don't have a choice. They surrender because they can't fight. You see what I'm saying? There's limited consciousness, which can only operate from limited choices. And then there's limitation of consciousness, which can choose what experience they're going to endure. So limitation of consciousness implies selection of experience and the focusing of attention upon the chosen subject. Once again, this is why it's important to build up your correspondences, because how can you choose if you don't have a selection to choose from? I'm very specific with the things that I choose to have in my environment. As MC Marshall said here in the chat, make small things in your life a correspondence or an outlet of the power you are drawing down. Right? Kyle the God said that he's making, what did he say? Lettuce wrapped, turkey lettuce wrapped tacos. All those ingredients should have some correspondence to something, right? This whole dinner should be a ritual. Everything you do should be a ritual. And I don't mean trying to be extra deep and spooky and spiritual. What I'm saying is that you're coming into an acknowledgement of how one is the first version of one, two is the second phase of one, three is the third phase of one. Turkey lettuce wrapped tacos is the turkey lettuce wrapped phase of one, right? It is the law of limitation, which is implied in the power to focus. It is by availing ourselves of resistances that we are able to obtain a purchase upon diffused manifestation. The greater part of the resistance experienced by the neophyte in his attempts to practice the occult arts, the greater part of the resistance experienced by the neophyte in his attempt to practice the occult arts is the resistance of inertia. The resistance of inertia. In order to set in motion that which is inert, it is necessary for the ego to obtain a purchase upon a similar resistance. What does she mean by that? What does she mean by that? Inertia is then balanced against inertia, and the kineticism of the ego avails to turn the balance. In this way, results may be achieved that the unaided will could not obtain. I might need to get me some more coffee creamer. Unicorn Universe. Peace, peace. The greater part of the resistance experienced by the neophyte in his attempt to practice the occult arts is the resistance of inertia. In order to set in motion that which is inert, it is necessary for the ego to obtain a purchase upon a similar resistance. Inertia is then balanced against inertia, and the kineticism of the ego avails to turn the balance. In this way, results may be achieved that the unaided will could not obtain. The Kabbalion talks about using one law against the other. Jay Baldhill says she's just laying it on now. I'd have it no other way. It's the remix to Ignition, hot and fresh out the kitchen. The mama rolling that body, got every man in wishing, sipping on coke and rum. I'm like, so what? I'm drunk. It's the freaking weekend, baby. I'm about to have me some fun. Bounce, 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 bounce. Using one law against the other, right? It is necessary that in the service of the masters, you should acquire a knowledge of the magical arts, because these enable you to invoke and concentrate power effectively. It is the use of these arts for evil ends which is forbidden, but the use of them under the law is an economy of energy. Right? And remember, my Gnosis actually brought up or was talking about this as far as the masters and how would the individual consciousness be aware of having a relationship with these masters or with these higher selves. Well, do we have the vocabulary to have that conversation? Do we have a vocabulary? Do you specifically listening have a vocabulary to communicate with your higher self? This is why I continually say expand your library of correspondences, because how do you think you speak to a higher spirit? It's not the higher spirit that has trouble getting to you, it's you being able to decipher the messages, being so wrapped up in a certain kind of mindset. See, we're wrapped up in looking at the surface level, right, of labels and these hard, stiff concepts and mental strongholds. We have to look beneath these labels and find the essence of what is trying to be conveyed. This is how the subconscious mind communicates. And this is where these masters are communicating with us through the area of mind that is just beyond conscious awareness. That's why some of this stuff has to come to you through dreams, because you're too awake to get it. And Amali says, she's saying use the ego, not kill it. It works too. Ego hack. Facts. Economy of energy. Because remember, she talked about previously how there's going to be a balance and an effect. When you pull one string, all the other strings are pulled as well. Remember then that in all undertakings, limitation is the secret of power. This does not imply, however, that you should always seek to achieve small things. Always correlate your effort with the cosmos itself. Even in Tatwashuti, she told you that these rituals are an enaction of cosmic energies. Remember when she said that? Well, I remember when she said that. I'm kind of tempted to look back on that. Yeah, she said that exactly right here on page 29. Look at that. Tantra, on the other hand, ignored this sharp distinction. Oh, I'll read the whole thing, just this paragraph. She said that Tatwashuti is a part of tantric worship. The Occidental trend of thought, which has been largely influenced by the guidelines set by the Greek thinkers, beginning from Heraclitus and Parmenides, is predominantly objective, right? It's predominantly 5 sense objective, giving no credence to subjective inner experience. Today, this concept is giving way to the idea that consciousness and subjective experience are necessary factors in determining the nature of the cosmos. Uh-oh. Tantra, on the other hand, ignored this sharp distinction between subject and object. Uh-oh. Tantra, on the other hand, ignored this sharp distinction between subject and object. What? They ignored the distinction between subject, which is inner, and object, which is outer? Merging one into the other through a profound understanding of the relation of man's inner subjective experience to the cosmos, thus implying that rituals are not mere symbolic performances, but an enactment of cosmic events. It is from this notion that the rich imagery and ritualistic part of Tantra gradually evolved into a highly complex network of exoteric and esoteric symbols. For every esoteric experience, there developed a corresponding exoteric act, which was constructed on the scientific principle that the subjective and the objective experience are correlated in more ways than we can imagine. It is for this reason that Tantra has emphasized from the beginning the role of conscious awareness of every act that is performed. Don't just stack these books up and let them collect dust. Connect the dots. It's not that somebody copied somebody else. It's that they're all talking about the same thing. This book was written 100 years ago. Exactly, right? This book was written in 84. 84. Yet both of these seem so relevant and so timeless. Every time I look at this, I don't think 84. I think that this was written within the past 5 years or so. Brimstar Film says white room immersion with the higher self. Cosmic mirror work, if you will. If you know, you know. You getting this? Where were we at? Yeah. So we were talking. So I read that about the cosmos and that these rituals are not just symbolic performances, but you're literally reenacting the dance of the cosmic energies of the cosmos itself. Look what the wonderful and brilliant Dion Fortune said. Remember then, and Swami Satyasangananda Saraswati is brilliant. We getting this information channeled from the divine feminine. Both of these ladies, both of these goddesses. Check this out. Remember then that in all undertakings, limitation is the secret of power. This does not imply, however, that you should always seek to achieve small things. Always correlate your effort with the cosmos itself and see your work in relation to the whole, but rigidly circumscribe the section of that cosmic whole which you take into your hands. To weigh yourself in the scale against that which is greater than yourself is to be outweighed by the inertia of the mass, but to circumscribe a section of the mass and separate it from the whole is to enable yourself to achieve piecemeal that which you cannot achieve in bulk. Y'all all right? Give me some questions. Pop open these fruit snacks. Do y'all get what she said here? Do you understand what she's saying here? Because we're also talking, speaking of Tawashuti, we're also talking about the macrocosm and the microcosm. Kyle the God says, bro, I've been on a fruit snack binge. Moby says, I'm eating a fruit cup tonight. And I saw my Gnosis sipping on that that Capri Sun. Look, man, it's a certain magic to tapping into those childhood fruit snacks or childhood snacks, period. It's a certain magic to it. Y'all, I need to find me. Does anybody know, like any parents here? Do they still have those like squeeze it juices? Do they still make those? And specifically, do they still make the ones that were like Jello, like a Jello squeeze it drink? Do y'all remember those? Oh, I got to find some of those, man. I got to find some of those. Those Jello squeeze. You already know me. I stay with the boxes of Fruity Pebbles. I stay with the Fruity Pebbles box. I ain't got no problem tapping into my childhood snacks. I already told you my story. The body remembers now. Listen, the body remembers. Do you think you too old? You think you too old for some Kool-Aid fruit snacks? Or say, Tivei said Kool-Aid jammers. That's it. You think you too old for Jello? For Kool-Aid jammers? For Mondo, Squeeze-Its, Capri Suns? You think you too old for that? The body remembers. The body remembers. Find yours. Find yours. It's a magic to it. I'm telling you. That's why I do it. And I remember something Dr. Phil Valentine said, right? And ever since I heard him say it in one of his lectures, that's how I changed my eating. He talked about when you eat, you know what I'm saying? This is a communication between the body and what you're eating, right? He said to even eat with your hands and your fingers, it gives your body a chance to acclimate. It gives your mouth time to salivate. Your fingers taste the food, right? But the main thing that he was saying was that you don't sit there and watch TV or scroll on your phone while you're eating. You focus your attention. You let that moment be important. Eating is not just an activity between your mouth and your stomach. Eating can become a tantric act, right? Reenacting the dance of energies with the cosmos. When he said that, I stopped eating in front of TV and I stopped eating with my phone and I focus on that food. I would suggest you try that and notice and see if there's anything there that you find different. But I need to locate those Kool-Aid jammers. I'll let my son have one. Sunshine 6 says, yes, I used to love fruit roll-ups. Yep, I got them too. Tap in. That's all I'm saying. Tap in. Your body did not forget. Right? Tap in. You don't have to do it every day, but hell, that's even better if you don't do it every day. Make it a ritual, right? Use that with your shadow work. Use that listen, heal your inner child. I already told you my story. Why do you think I eat those Fruity Pebbles? Every bowl is a healing towards every bowl of Fruity Pebbles is for my younger self who had to eat cornflakes instead of Fruity Pebbles, right? Every bowl of Fruity Pebbles, I'm balancing it out with every bowl of cornflakes I had to eat, right? I'm pretty sure I'm caught up by now. Framestar Film says, summertime and good time nostalgia triggered through flavors and fragrance. Absolutely. Don't forget, it's not just clairvoyance and clairaudience. There's clairsalience, clairgustance, right? These are communications. Everything you do all the time, it is all spiritual. It's not limited to whenever you burn some incense or put on some binaural beats. It's always on. You are always there. So act like it. Jaleel Cannon says, sometimes you think you want a meal. Whole time a Capri Sun and Mott's fruit snack will set you straight. Right. All right, so let's keep going. Jay Baldhill says, I do something similar with a shower or bath where I really slow down and scrub ritualistically. Think about each individual part of the body. Yeah, I do a similar thing where I imagine as I'm cleaning my physical body, I'm also cleaning my etheric body, right? So I see certain attachments to an unknown substance falling off, right? As I use the soap and the loofah, I imagine breaking off attachments of my etheric body, right? This is something that you can do with almost anything. Chief Keef says, mantras like Mama and Papa enhance clear audience. Odd, but it works. Okay, I'll have to try it. Sunshine Chick says, ooh, they have unicorn fruit roll-ups. Yeah, you might see me pop up with those next time around. Hakeem Lamidi says, Trav, I just thought of those tasteless cereals. Like total. And I've always yearned for really nice cereals. And you mentioned childhood eating cornflakes. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, that's the whole story behind me and these Fruity Pebbles. I'd eat them tasteless cereals. I mean, and I get it. I'm not mad or blaming anybody. That's just how it was, right? I had 3 brothers, right? So my parents got what was, affordable. But I always wanted the Fruity Pebbles and the Fruit Loops. So now that I'm an adult and I can buy my own stuff, that's what I get from my inner child. And why stop there? That's why I got this. And why stop there, right? Now that part of me I feel is healed, now I utilize that and aim that towards specific symbology for myself, specific correspondence for myself, right? All right, let's keep going now. All right. I'm going to read this again because I want you to think about this as well. I want you to think about all this, right? This is so much. Remember then that in all undertakings, limitation is the secret of power. This does not imply, however, that you should always seek to achieve small things. Always correlate your effort with the cosmos itself and see your work in relation to the whole, but rigidly circumscribe the section of that cosmic whole which you take into your hands. To weigh yourself in the scale against that which is greater than yourself, to weigh yourself in the scale against that which is greater than yourself is to be outweighed by the inertia of the mass. But to circumscribe a section of the mass and separate it from the whole is to enable yourself to achieve piecemeal that which you cannot achieve in bulk. We talking macrocosm, microcosm. In making this circumscription, look for the natural lines of cleavage. Got no problem with that. Come on now. In making this circumscription, look for the natural lines of cleavage. Seek the joints of the problem. In all affairs, there will always be points where matters can be segregated, and other points that will resist partition. Look for these on the astral plane among the emotions involved in the matter. We get that? I'll read that again just because I want to say the word once more. In making this circumscription, look for the natural lines of cleavage. Seek the joints of the problem, right? See where one becomes the other thing, right? In all affairs, there will always be points where matters can be segregated. Because remember, we're talking about up here, you can't weigh yourself against the entire cosmos. That doesn't make any sense. But what you can do is separate a piece of the cosmos, right? That corresponds to you specifically. Remember, 2 is the second phase of 1. 3 is the third phase of 1. You are the you phase of 1. This unicorn pin is the unicorn pin phase of 1. You equals the universe, right? In all affairs, there will always be points where matters can be segregated and other points that will resist partition. Look for these on the astral plane among the emotions involved in the matter. That she's telling you where to look for these joints and cleavage in the astral plane, where among the emotions involved in the matter. So look, there's a situation that's happening and you're trying to deal with it magically, spiritually, energetically. The first place that you look at is the emotions involved. Those of you who are in the cyclomancy class, are we not focused on detecting the subtle emotions behind communication? There's a reason for this. The scheme as a whole may be envisaged. The scheme as a whole may be visualized as one on the mental plane, but upon the astral plane, the lines of cleavage may be seen. All right, I gotta get my visualizations right because I don't think I'm thinking of the same type of cleavage. The scheme as a whole may be envisaged as one on the mental plane, but upon the astral plane, the lines of cleavage may be seen. The object of immediate desire may be distinguished from the object of remote desire. The object which is desired, Dion Fortune, now, don't make it difficult. The object which is desired by one aspect of a complex nature may be distinguished from the object which is desired by another aspect. If you yourself circumscribe consciousness to a single point, if you yourself circumscribe consciousness to a single point, it will be brought to such a fine edge that it can be inserted along the lines of cleavage of an uncircumscribed enterprise and deal with that enterprise piecemeal. It is the focus of consciousness which enables power to be brought to bear and work to be accomplished with that power. But it is the extension of consciousness that provides the necessary base upon which that force obtains a purchase. The concentration at the apex must be supplemented by the breadth at the base. This is a point which is often forgotten. Definitely gonna have to run that back. All right, let's run that back. Let's try that again. So the scheme as a whole, right? And what scheme? We're talking about looking for these natural lines of cleavage and the joints and even the parts that are not able to be separated and broken apart. Why are we doing all this? because she mentioned about to weigh yourself in the scale against that which is greater than yourself is to be outweighed by the inertia of the mass. But to circumscribe a section of the mass and separate it from the whole is to enable yourself to achieve piecemeal that which you cannot achieve in bulk. So she's talking about learning how to have a correspondence between yourself and this cosmic aspect or the cosmic substance, right? These are our tools and levers to pull, weights and balances. So the scheme as a whole may be envisaged as one on the mental plane, right? One on the mental plane. But upon the astral plane, the lines of cleavage may be seen. And it's the astral plane that you are able to see it through the lens of the emotions that it's composed of, right? So she says that upon the astral plane, the lines of cleavage may be seen. The object of immediate desire may be distinguished from the object of remote desire. You see that? The object of immediate desire may be distinguished from the object of remote desire. The object which is desired by one aspect of a complex nature may be distinguished from the object which is desired by another aspect. So look, let's just take that right there. The you down here that desires that thing you're trying to manifest is a reflection of the greater you that has a relationship with the greater version of that thing that you're trying to manifest. Make sense? In other words, what's happening down here is not an isolated event, but a reflection of what's happening on an expanded plane. And Amali says you can see the cracks through the emotions. Yep. If you yourself circumscribe consciousness to a single point, it will be brought to such a fine edge that it can be inserted along the lines of cleavage of an uncircumscribed enterprise and deal with that enterprise piecemeal. Imagine turning that point of consciousness into a knife, right? Into a blade. It is the focus of consciousness which enables power to be brought to bear and work to be accomplished with that power. But it is the extension of consciousness that provides the necessary base upon which that force obtains a purchase. The concentration at the apex must be supplemented by the breadth at the base. This is a point which is often forgotten. The law of limitation is the basis of practical application. It is the secret of power. Therefore, it is withheld from those on the probationary path. They are taught of the existence of an infinite reservoir of power and to meditate thereon. They are taught to meditate upon the formless power. This enables the power to use them, not they the power. That's an interesting point. They are taught to meditate upon the formless power. Why? Because this enables the power to use them, but not they the power. But when the knowledge is acquired of the method of channel building through the lower planes, it is possible to direct power to any given end. When this is accomplished, power is translated from the planes of the individuality to the planes of the personality, not within the organism, but without. It is therefore necessary to have the knowledge of the method of making forms as above, so below. When the unmanifest willed to become manifest, motion flowed in a circle, returning whence it originated. To make a form upon the concrete mental plane, thought must move in a circle, returning whence it originated. Starting with a concept, it must proceed logically from that concept, reasoning from the general to the particular upon the outgoing arc, and from the particular to the general on the arc of returning, thus envisaging both sides of the question and correlating them. This is the first stage. The concept thus formed should then be transferred to the realm of feeling. This corresponds to the second ring to be formed. So we go thinking first, right? Thought concept to the realm of feeling. This corresponds to the second ring to be formed. The concept should then be subjected to the driving force of nature. This corresponds to the third ring. My Nosa says, look at the pic that goes with it. Yeah, that's a good idea. So figure 25. All right, so let's go back. Starting with the concept, it must proceed logically from that concept, reasoning from the general to the particular upon the outgoing arc, and from the particular to the general on the arc of returning, thus envisaging both sides of the question and correlating them. This is the first stage. And that's on image number 25. Okay. Oh my. All right, so this is image number 25. What do we see here? General and particular. Reservoir of power. Oh, okay, so we're continuing from up here with that Y shape. Framestar Film says the Grail. Interesting. So the reservoir of power up there on the 7th plane, and here on the 1st plane is the physical. Notice the width of the reservoir up here and the width of the physical down here. And remember we talked about that circuit of force, right? Coming down from the individuality, but also going back up through the personality. So it would come down from the 7th plane through the higher self, right? Down through the cosmos from the general, and it gets more and more specific as it goes down. Look at that, it goes through the ring past not, the ring, the ring cosmos, the ring past not, the ring chaos, hits down to the physical plane, then it goes back up. Looks like she's equating, or I should say correlating the ring chaos with the instincts, the ring past not with emotions, and the ring cosmos with the partition. So we would have mental, astral, etheric. Oh yeah, this does look like a wine glass. Interesting. All right, so let's continue talking about that image right there. All right, so the concept thus formed should then be transferred to the realm of feeling. This corresponds to the second ring to be formed. The concept should then be subjected to the driving force of nature. This corresponds to the third ring. Now, the ring cosmos is the concept on the mental plane. The ring chaos is the driving force of the instincts, the etheric plane. And the ring Pasna corresponds to the upper astral aspect. By meditating on these correspondences, you will learn much. Yes, vivify is a word. This is your archetypal form, and within it will be built up all the actions and reactions arising in relation to the matter in hand. But this matter must always first be circumscribed by the clear definition of consciousness. The secondary action of consciousness arises with regard to the desires relating thereto. And the third aspect concerns the use of the primitive forces for the generation of power. The use of the primitive force for the generation of power will be dealt with in future lecture. The cosmic aspect of the concept having thus been set up, manifestation in the world of form takes place within the circumscribed sphere. The cosmic aspect of the concept having thus been set up, manifestation in the world of form takes place within the circumscribed sphere. Without this circumscription, there is no manifestation. The prime law of the involutionary arc is the law of limitation. The prime law of the evolutionary arc is the law of the 7 deaths. Ooh, I talked about that before. I can't wait to get back into that. The law of limitation has for its basis the law of action and reaction. The law of action and reaction has for its basis the phenomena connected with the curve. The curve, sufficiently prolonged, becomes a circle. A segment of a curve is an arc. The pendulum swings in an arc. The pendulum is the type of action and reaction, equal and opposite. Prolong the arc described by the pendulum, and you will form a circle. Thank you, Enchanted Cottage. Now, the law of action and reaction has for its basis the phenomenon connected with the curve. The curve sufficiently prolonged becomes a circle. A segment of a curve is an arc. The pendulum swings in an arc. The pendulum is the type of action and reaction, equal and opposite. Prolong the arc described by the pendulum, and you will form a circle, of which the length of the pendulum is the radius. This explains much in relation to the transmutation of forces from plane to plane. Peace, Patchwork. Incarnation is based upon the law of limitation. Karma, or destiny, on the law of action and reaction. And because it is only in a limited sphere that equal and opposite action and reaction can take place, force has to be manifested in form, so that the fruits of its action may be returned again to the sphere whence it originated. That could explain why certain scenarios, people, and things have to incarnate so that we can process the energy to send back to where it came from. I'd mentioned earlier that if it's in you, it must come out, right? You can't really hide it. You've got to express it. You've got to find an appropriate channel to express things. Otherwise, they're going to come out in whatever weak point you have in your structure. That's karma. Metaphysical Osama K, peace, peace. She said karma, or destiny, is based on the law of action and reaction. And because it is only in a limited sphere that equal and opposite action and reaction can take place, force has to be manifested in form, so that the fruits of its action may be returned again to the sphere whence it originated. I know you don't want to hear about karma because it hurts your feelings, right? Rubs you the wrong way. Forces you to look at the accountability for your actions. But what if karma was more than just a punishment for being bad and a reward for being good? What if karma was above and beyond our individual experience? What if it was a process of balancing of all the energy that exists? Think for a minute, or see for a moment, the planet Jupiter. Massive Jupiter that's got so much pressure and so many gases and clouds that they've all been relegated to strips, right? If you look at Jupiter, you'll see strips of clouds, strips of gases that circulate along the planet, and they do so for like hundreds of years. Think of karma as the process of returning all those layers of gas into one unmixed ball of one solid color. How long do you think it would take for that to happen? That would be the process of karma. That would be the process of karma. Karma is the process of energy becoming balanced again. It really has nothing to do with us. We observe reality and we're seeing that play out, and we make the mistake of attaching ourselves to that process. But nobody stops to think, hey, I didn't initiate this. It's not mine. It belongs to the body. It belongs to the matter that makes the body. It's got nothing to do with you. building of a vehicle for incarnation follows the lines already laid down. Again, we have the circumscribing, which delimits the destiny to be worked out in that incarnation. Each soul determines with what pabulum the personality shall supply it. The oversoul is the lord of destiny to each one. It is this you invoke in all matters connected with your fate. You invoke your own higher self. Man, listen. Man, listen. I was looking at some stuff earlier today. Allow me to burst some of you guys' bubble. A lot of this super dark, spooky, dark side, dragon, demonic, hell, fire, clip-off, underworld type shit that these people are talking about, it's not what you think it is. Like, it's not really working with terrible creatures from another dimension. Like, it's not really about going to hell and burning up. What we're really talking about is shadow work and accessing your personal higher self and filtering all that shit down. Like, that there is no, I can't say there is no, but for the most part, and I've read a lot of books, and I've seen a lot of these videos and listened to a lot of these people's lectures, etc. It's not what you think it is. Like, it is supposed to appear that way to attract you and to attract people who don't know any better, for sure, right? If you say demons and demonic and the infernal kingdom, right? When you talk like that, it gives a certain image, and it's supposed to, right? That keeps certain people away and it attracts certain people. But when you really get down to it, we're talking about shadow work, and we're talking about accessing your higher genius, period. And one thing that is to be understood, here's one of the secrets of Goetia work and one of the secrets of demonic work. Your demon is not even a thing. Like, that's a Hollywood Christian thing. Demon, that's not a real thing. That actually comes from diamond, right? Which means genius. And here's what this is talking about. Every individual person has access to a higher aspect of themselves. The Vedics called it buddhi, right? Buddhi. And this higher aspect is the aspect of ourself that is the superconscious. It is more refined than your conscious, right? And once we are able to form a solid connection with that part of ourselves, now, right, as above, so below, now that we've reached up and connected with the most subtle aspect of our being, our lower nature can reach up and connect with our consciousness. So now, once you access your daemon, the daemon becomes this channel to where you can work with any other spirit. See, there is no Satan out there. There is no Beelzebub out there. There is no Lucifuge, Rofacal out there. There's no Andros out there. These are all archetypes and forms that energy can fill. What fills them? The essence of your daemon, your higher self. Once you access that, you tap into a reservoir that spills over and fills those shells. If you don't make that connection with your higher self, with your daemon, if you don't establish that connection, guess what you're doing? You're fiddling around and playing with elementals. So now when you go out and you think you're talking to Lucifer, you're talking to Satan, or whatever you say, you're actually dealing with a bunch of elementals. Think of the cartoons where if Huey, Dewey, and Louie, the little ducks, wanted to sneak into the movies, they would all climb up on each other's shoulders and wear that long-ass coat, right? You know, on cartoons, a bunch of smaller characters will all scramble into a coat and walk and pretend they're an adult. That's what these elementals are doing. They're wearing this sheath and this shell of what you think is some entity or some spirit, but since you haven't made the connection with your higher self, you don't know any better. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. That's all I gotta say. Somebody has made that connection, especially some of y'all that have been on my channel for a while, some of y'all that have been doing your own magical work for a while, right? You know what I'm talking about. But it's most of that stuff out there, it's not about spooky darkness. Nobody's cutting off dog heads and cat heads and spilling blood. I mean, the ones that are doing that, they're not doing the work for real. They're expressing their inhibited will, doing something strange for a piece of change. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the ones that are actually out here cutting and slicing and doing that shit, that's not even magic. That's psychosis. I'm not talking about psychosis. I'm talking about the spiritual path. So anyone talking about Luciferian and Black Flame and Dragon and Cliffotic and all that other stuff, that's just fancy shadow work, y'all. It's fancy archetypal shadow work. And if that takes the steam out for you, if that makes it less exciting, if you change your mind and you want to go back to church now, that's where you're supposed to be. But understand, like, that's what we're doing here. And look, the oversoul is the Lord of destiny to each one. It is this you invoke in all matters connected with your fate. You invoke your own higher self. And what matters are you doing that's not connected with your fate? What matters are you not involved with that are not connected with your fate? Patchwork said, so kind of like the holy guardian angel or the watcher from the Necronomicon, the higher self is the connection to the divine. Exactly. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. There's not a bunch of random spirits out there that you're trying to get in touch with. No, you're trying to get in touch with your spirit so that you can use those shades and those shells and those masks instead of having elemental patterns fill those masks, like Huey, Dewey, and Louie, or like the little rascals walking around in a big man coat, and you don't know the difference. Inferno, right, Veronica? The Inferno. Thank you, Patchwork. Anybody tell me why? We die. I don't wanna die. See you at the crossroads, you won't be lonely. Ooh, Alora says, in retrospect, when I was working with Goetia, hold on. In retrospect, when I was working with Goetia, they always came to me in a specific way. It took real shadow work to realize that those Goetia were younger aspects of myself communicating with me. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because what else would it be, right? Alora is the Alorith version of God. BBL Drizzy. J Baldhill says, don't tell some of these edgelords that. I mean, don't worry. They're watching my channel. Don't worry. They heard what I said from out of my mouth. Them folks watching too. I done seen a couple of them slip up. You'd be surprised. Doing something strange. Dr. Strange out here. The eternal inferno. My gnosis says, strange scrimp at the script club. Time to see your booty. No obstacle will apprehend you. Positivity over pain. you at the crossroads. Now, where were we? Law of limitation. You invoke your own higher self. Got to know, you got to know. The law of limitation is analogous to the mathematical concept concerning measurements of surfaces. It has a two-dimensional aspect. It is by the introduction of a third dimension that we transcend the law of limitation. Yes. And man, having a consciousness of three dimensions, can use the law of limitation by transcending it. Upon whatever plane the law of limitation acts, it can always be transcended by the addition of a dimension to the consciousness. This is the secret of the control of the law of limitation. Alchemy Gold says some people need to sell the boogeyman. You're exactly right? Yeah, some people need, that's a symbol for, like, see, and that's the thing. This is all an ecosystem. It's all an ecosystem together. There are people who need that boogeyman, so there's going to be people who sell that boogeyman. Just like it's people whose karma is to need crack cocaine, right? It's people whose karma is to need crack cocaine. So guess what that means? The dope boy must be manifested in order to fulfill his part in the karma. All this stuff is supposed to be the way that it, listen, this is some ugly truths about Prakriti. It's some ugly truths about Prakriti, right? Prakriti does not care when that Komodo dragon is ripping out that baby deer from the mama deer's belly, womb. It don't care about that. It's eating and getting its substance. Prakriti does not care. Nature does not care about that parasite, the tapeworm, and all them worms in some child's gut in a third world country. That's part of nature, isn't it? Slavery is part of the human race. It's a part of the human race that ain't going nowhere and has been here since the beginning, right? So are many other behaviors. It's all a part of the human animal. It's in the human beast. You don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it. But these things are part of this human system. And where do you find yourself? Do you find yourself vibrating in correspondence with slavery or some type of things that you don't agree with, some type of behaviors that you don't agree with? Or do you find yourself vibrating in a different place? Thank you, Patrick. Patrick says spirits take on certain forms because they mirror aspects of self. These entities are like self-aware mirrors, regardless of what system you're working. Either that the Necronomicon, Goetia, Tantra, Golden Dawn, etc. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for your donation. The boogeyman sells tickets, right? Now, we talked about adding that third dimension to consciousness to be able to overcome the law of limitation. And by the way, it is getting kind of late, so we're gonna wrap it up with the end of this. We got 2 pages left, all right, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Patchwork says, just like how we are all aspects of the true self, aka the divine, God, or whatever title you give it. Right. That's why I keep saying, one is the first version of one. All is one. Two is the second phase of one. 5 is the 5th phase of one. 24 is the 24th phase of one. Animalia is the animaliath phase of one. MC Maestro is the MC Maestro phase of one. Travis Magus is the Travis Magus phase of one, right? Of God. Replace one with God. Everything is God in that particular state. Just like water can be ice or steam, it's still water. Your experience is that particular phase of God. Ain't no separation whatsoever. Chief Keef says, from the Fool to the Aleph. Peace and greetings. Peace out, MC Maestro. You have a good night. Have a good night. Don't let them distractions get to you. Ugh. All right, y'all. All right. 2 more pages. Let me refill my coffee. If you guys can just give me that, just be a little bit patient. I'm gonna get some more coffee creamer. Maybe pour myself a cup of that hazelnut. Quick break. We got just 2 more pages to go. 2 more pages to go. I had an energy drink, but I don't feel like drinking all that. I'm gonna keep it coffee right now. I already had a Red Bull earlier. That would be a little too much. All right, y'all. Coffee break real quick. Peace, Louie. All right. Back at it. Back at it with the fresh white Vans, or however that meme goes. Look, you got to be you. You got to be that specific version of God that you are designed to be. Because if you're not being true to yourself, you are being false. False to your higher self. And it's hard to think of a crime greater than that. Not being true to the energy that you are. In fact, the only real reason to not be true to the energy that you are is because you're identifying with some aspect of culture or humanity that has put you at conflict. Listen, ain't nothing these confused animals have going that's greater than your spiritual path, that's greater than your personal true vibration. There's nothing that these confused and terrified animals have going on that is more important than your spiritual growth. Believe it! Thank you, Metaphysical Osamake. Metaphysical says, so it sounds like you're saying karma is matter that's stored inside the physical body regardless of you doing the work or not. And does the work make the karma easier? Yeah, very close, right? I'm not saying that karma is matter stored inside the physical body. I am saying that karma is all matter. So it ain't just stored in your physical body. It is all matter that can be perceived. 1, 2, 3, 4. All matter, right? Not just your physical body. This is why, listen, this is why I say what I say. All the stuff that I come on this YouTube with, like, it's all part of a bigger picture, right? Your mind has karma to work out. Your body has karma to work out. Your room, your house, your life, your job, your car, that immediate environment, that is all karma to be worked out. And the outside world that you're aware of is karma to be worked out. That's all one big piece of karma. From the outside world all the way into your mind. All of that is karma to be worked. None of that stuff is you. None of that stuff even belongs to you. And to keep it real, none of that stuff has anything to do with you in the big picture. Because regardless of your input, it's going to continue swirling and churning like the storms of Jupiter. It's going to continue swirling and churning. And as long as you cling on to it and say, this is me, this is mine, then you're going to be swirling and churning with it. You're going to be percolating along with it. As long as you identify it as it. Eventually, you'll start to see more and more, oh, wait, maybe that isn't me. Maybe that isn't me. Maybe this environment isn't me. Maybe this body isn't me. Maybe this mind isn't me. But until then, you're going to say that those things are you. And as they swirl and churn, as they have no choice but to do, you're going to swirl and churn with it. Now that's some good coffee. Woo! All right. All right. And I'm not just saying some shit because I think it sounds cool. Test it out yourself. Like observe for yourself. Meditate, right? Meditate. Do the work. Do the practice. Test it out. If you get a different answer, talk to me, right? Or if you don't talk to me, Continue to observe. See what you learn. Let this world teach you. Let this world teach you. Let this world help you remember what you already know. Hazard Pi says, what are the benefits of working with a god or a demon if it's your higher self? That's a good question. That's a good question. Good question. So here's the thing. It's just like Fortnite or any video game. Let's say there's a video game where if you win the match, you get a crown, right? Well, you can't just get a crown just by saying, oh, I want the crown. No, you have to actually utilize the avatar in the game to work with the environment, and that avatar has to go pick up the gun, and through your mental strategy, through your awareness and observation, you guide that avatar through that environment with the tools at hand to achieve the goal, right? It's a tool. It's a tool. It's a tool to do what you aren't able to do directly just yet. So what's the benefit? Well, it allows you to utilize the tools at hand. There's middle steps in between point A to point B. What entities and spirits and all that stuff are the levers and the buttons and controls of the dashboard. They serve as symbolic representations for you to wield the energy necessary to get your point across. Does that make sense or no? Or not even make sense, but like, does that answer your question or no? Right? If you work in the next city, right? If you work 45 minutes away over in the next city, you could walk over there, sure. You could also, get in a car and get into traffic and drive there. That might be the best way, the most useful and appropriate way. It's not that you can't get there. It's that there are ways to do it in a more efficient manner. Hazard Pi says, like an egregore of knowledge or being able to bypass self-doubt. Yeah, that's a way to look at it. Allura says, the way how I view it, you can only know what you're conscious of, but deities and such help you to connect to the aspects that you are unaware and trying to obtain something. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's another great point, right? We're talking about the mind and the self, awareness of self, the subconscious, etc. Yes, you have access to the subconscious, but I often use the metaphor of the subconscious mind is like an Amazon warehouse. It's got everything you need in it. You want a pillow and a Kirby pillowcase, like I just got from my son because he loves Kirby. Well, the thing is, all you have is a flashlight. There are no lights there. So you have to take your flashlight and search through the whole Amazon warehouse to find your pillow and the Kirby pillowcase. And get this, some of the items are mislabeled and placed in the wrong spot, right? That's the shadow work that hasn't been done. So you have to navigate through this dark ass warehouse, feeling your way around, and with the risk of having mislabeled items. Well, you can utilize entities to make that process easier. There are some entities that might be employees of this warehouse that know how to go from point A to point B or know where all the pillows are. So at least you'll be pointed in the right general direction, or they know where all the Kirby stuff is, right? And then you can at least be in the right direction. Thank you, Enchanted Cottage. Auntie Karen says, they are aspects of ourselves we aren't ready to access directly just yet. Spirits. Yes, that is another way to look at it. Of course, aspect, the same way that you are the Karenth version of God, these entities are the entity version of you, right? When I work with Andros, Andros is the Andros version of Travis. And when you're working with Jesus, that's the Jesus version of you. Ooh. So when that miracle comes through, you utilized that symbol to make the effect come through. Spooky. All right, now, law of limitation. Law of limitation. The law of limitation is the means of calculating the conditions under which an operation has to be carried out. If you do but determine these conditions, you are controlled by these conditions. But if you can raise consciousness to the plane which can perceive them as a synthesis, can perceive the abstraction which comprises them, and can then delimit that abstraction and consider it in relationship to the condition of its plane apart from the law of limitation, can conceive it in relation to the cosmos, it is then possible, having in conception linked that idea to the cosmos by envisaging the relation between the whole and the part. It is then possible for consciousness, bearing this cosmic idea in mind, to be redirected to the finite aspect of that idea, and then to approach it on another and superior dimension, and while utilizing the law of limitation to circumscribe the matter in hand, to transcend the limitations itself. Jesus, that was all one sentence. Let's go back through that in such a way to make it make sense. All right, so the law of limitation is the means of calculating the conditions under which an operation has to be carried out. Makes sense, right? Law of limitation, we're slicing away the information that is unnecessary, that is not useful or appropriate, right? We're slicing that away, tossing that to the wayside. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? This is Trav to the Magus Society. Oh yeah. So we already tried this technical difficulty thing earlier. It's gonna take more than that to stop this show. It's gonna take more than that, my friends. You can roll over if you want, but I said we got 2 more pages. And that's what we're gonna do. So let's go ahead and get through it. Might have lost video, but audio is all we need, right? Audio is all we need. You should have the book by now. Boom. No obstacle will apprehend you. No way. All right, so let's go ahead and let's get through it. We're talking about this law of limitation. So if you do but determine these conditions, you are controlled by these conditions. But if you can raise consciousness to the plane which you can perceive them as a synthesis. So look at that. What she's talking about here is there's a thing called meta stating. Has anyone ever heard of meta stating? If not, have you heard the concept of thinking about your thoughts? Did you know that you can have thoughts about your thoughts? You can have feelings about your feelings. For example, what's a good one? Meta state, right? Meta means above and beyond. So there's a state, and then there's a state above your state. And this is a thing, right? This is a real thing. All the states that you have, they're actually governed and controlled by meta states. And most people aren't aware of these, but when it comes to NLP, it can actually get really technical. And the state that you're in is actually governed by a higher state. And then that is governed by an even higher state. So I could be serious about drinking coffee, right? Drinking my unicorn coffee. But I could be playful about my seriousness of drinking my coffee, right? But I could also, then that's a meta state, like we're going up each one. One is serious, and that seriousness is wrapped around a playfulness. So I'm playfully serious. And if I zoom out again to an even higher meta state, I could be curious about my playfulness, about my seriousness. So you see how that can make a very unique combination? The curiousness governs my playfulness, which governs my seriousness. That's a specific kind of seriousness, right? Everything that you do has meta states to it. Think about your attitude towards studying this information, all right? You might be consistent with it. And what's the meta state around your consistency? You might be curiously consistent, right? You might be very open-minded to new concepts. And no matter what you come across, you'll stick with it, right? Continue to expand outward. So what she's talking about here in this sentence is just that. She says, if you do but determine these conditions, you are controlled by these conditions. But if you can raise consciousness to the plane which can perceive them, right? So now not only are you involved with these, with the conditions, right? Calculating these conditions under which the operation could be carried out. Not only are you there, you can actually rise above it and see it. The same way when we talked about meta states with the mind. Here you are feeling some kind of way, You can actually zoom out and see those feelings, right? Let's say you get frustrated and you're mad. There you are in the middle of frustration and anger. I'm so mad, I'm so pissed off, right? You think about what you believe about the world and how you're breathing and what your body posture is. Like, all that is wrapped up in a state. You can actually zoom out and look at that state from a third person perspective. Like, yo, look at this dude, right? You can see yourself, you can observe yourself. And guess what? You can zoom out again and see the state of that self, which is observing the original self. You can literally continue expanding like that. And that's called going meta, right? That's called going meta. This is some advanced NLP stuff, by the way. Give you something else, something to go look up. So here's what she's saying here. You can actually go meta with your consciousness. Meta conscious. I need to copyright that one. She says, but if you can raise consciousness to the plane which can perceive them as a synthesis, right? So we're talking about these conditions under which an operation can be carried out. We're talking about the law of limitation, which is excluding some things from the other things. So she's saying zoom out and look at it as a synthesis. Look at it as a whole. You can perceive the abstraction which comprises them, and then delimit that abstraction. You can only do that from the meta state, right? Then delimit that abstraction and consider it in relationship to the condition of its plane apart from the law of limitation. Can conceive relation to the cosmos. So what she's saying is you're able to zoom out and see it not only in your current scenario, but also how it connects to the cosmos as a whole. Hazard Pi says yes, like ripples, right? She was saying earlier about how it's all about balances. When you move and work with energy on one side of this equation, you have to keep in mind that it's going to have an effect on the other sides of the equation, because this is all one whole thing, right? If you do a love spell on somebody, those waves are going to go out and affect the entire picture, not just the target of your love spell, right? Which is why, I kind of hesitated about certain types of magic and baneful magic, talking about that on my YouTube channel, because here come everybody that wants to do revenge spells or love spells, right? Not realizing that these things have an effect that you're not prepared to accept. Well, I don't care about the consequences. You don't understand my situation. I got that, right? Everybody thinks that they're so special in their revenge spell and their love spell. But trust me, I understand. I do, because I did the shit myself. If you don't take into consideration these other aspects, it becomes unpredictable, and you're not going to get what you think you're going to get. That's why shadow work is so important, so that you can remove the triggers that cause you to want to do that type of stuff anyways. So as Dion Fortune was saying here, relation to the cosmos, it is then possible, having in conception linked that idea to the cosmos by envisaging the relation between the whole and the part. It is then possible for consciousness, bearing this cosmic idea in mind, to be redirected to the finite aspect of that idea, and then to approach it on another and superior dimension, while utilizing the law of limitation to circumscribe the matter in hand, to transcend the limitations itself. So you got to be able to zoom out and see this particular situation as a part of the whole cosmos. and perhaps find a different angle from which to approach this. Thank you, Patchwork. Patrick says, every time I do money magic, not only do I get more, but those close to me also get blessed. Right. Facts. Me too. Me too. And that just goes to show, like, this stuff, it's no man is an island. No woman is an island. This energy, as it filters in, right, you want to have outlets for it. But keep in mind also, other people who have outlets for it, it very well may come through them. Okay, so this method can be applied not only to the handling of any matter or affair, but also to the building of the bodies in an incarnation, and to the handling of karma during incarnation. For do we but once see our predestined fate in its relationship to cosmic law, we have mastered our fate. The higher self always sees it thus, because the higher self has a cosmic relationship by means of the logoidal imprints in the divine spark. The lower self, having a terrestrial relationship, sees all things in relation to birth and death, beginning and ending. Macrocosm, microcosm. So in a way, zooming out and metastating consciousness is a way of assuming the perspective of the higher self. Because as long as we're seeing things from the perspective of the body, of course we're going to see everything framed between the boundaries of birth and death, with sex in the middle. So long as consciousness dwells in the senses, it will view things from the standpoint of the senses, of pain and pleasure, beginning and ending. But when raised to the elevation of cosmic things, it will see all things in relation to evolution, to the curve that comes round the whole circle, not to the straight line of the partition and finiteness. Maybe highlight the first sentence in that paragraph. So long as consciousness dwells in the senses, right? You ever seen what it's like for consciousness to dwell in the senses? I have. Have you ever been hated or discriminated against? I have. So long as consciousness dwells in the senses, it will view things from the standpoint of the senses, of pain and pleasure, beginning and ending. Enchanted Cottage says the pleasure principle. Pleasure principle. Oh. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Alora says, straight up, I went through physical pain and a slight tear of my MCL a bit ago. And during that episode, I saw my emotional attachments to the sense of pain. Okay, so, but when raised to the elevation of cosmic things, it will see all things in relation to evolution, to the curve that comes round the whole circle, not to the straight line of the partition and finiteness. The personality is what it is by virtue of the law of limitation. The individuality is what it is by virtue of the law of the nature of the cosmos. And the ladder from the personality to the individuality has 7 rungs. And these rungs are the 7 deaths. I can't wait to get into that. I think that's going to be next time. For it is the law of limitation that brings to birth, but it is the law of death that brings to life. For birth is death, and death is birth. All things are born blind, which mercifully prevents them from knowing that they are dead. You do not realize that your plane is the plane of death, and that our plane is the plane of life. Those who are in matter are in the grave. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All things are born blind, which mercifully prevents them from knowing that they are dead. You do not realize that your plane is the plane of death, and that our plane is the plane of life. Those who are in matter are in the grave. They are dead and buried. Death and initiation produce the same results. Therefore, it is that all initiations contain the symbolism of death and burial. Hey, see, right there is like what I was saying about this infernal, dark side stuff that they're talking about. Why is it always death imagery and death symbolism and demons and darkness? And it's initiation to the other side. And think about the tree of life. Think about Bina, Saturn. Not only is Bina the womb of creation, the mother, what else is Bina? Somebody tell me what other symbol goes with Bina, the womb, the mother. What other symbol goes with Saturn, Bina, the womb, the mother? Come on, somebody knows the symbolism. Death. Matthew Watson says death. Exactly. The Grim Reaper goes with the symbolism of Bina. Bina is the divine mother, the divine womb, and the Grim Reaper, right? The Grim Reaper, death. And here's the thing. Dion Fortune also talks about how the masculine represents the life-giving principle and the feminine represents the death-giving principle, because when that spark of life enters into the womb and it is building a body around that life spark, it's sentenced to death immediately. Why? Because it's inevitable that that body, that shell, that casing has to be destroyed. It has to, at some point in the journey of that life spark, as long as it has that body that was built for it, that body must be destroyed at some point in the future. It must. So it's cursed to death simply by being born into life. To take on a form is a death sentence, because you're going to have to lose that form at some point. I find it really interesting how on the material plane we see things as a certain way, and in the spiritual plane we see them as the opposite. We see some things as the doorway to life, the gateway to life. Yet if you look at it upside down, it's also the gateway of death. Death and initiation produce the same results. Therefore, it is that all initiations contain the symbolism of death and burial. So look, man, like the skulls and the darkness and the deep, like it's not, and the black cloak, right? And the black clothes and all that other stuff. These aren't just symbols to scare and to be spooky. These are the symbols of initiation. You're preparing for death. You're preparing for life, actually. You're preparing to transcend this, to shed this mortal coil, right? Choice. The Bible says. The Bible says. Always remember that upon the material plane, death and loss mean freedom and resurrection. Possessions are as the earth that is heaped upon the corpse. Learn, therefore, to look down upon your dead bodies and to galvanize them with your life, but do not make the mistake of living in them. It is very useful to be able to project consciousness onto the mundane sphere, but it is very disadvantageous to be fettered by the conditions of that sphere. You are held to that sphere by two things: fear and desire. Wow. She said you are held to that sphere by two things: fear and desire. Oh, and don't miss what she said in that previous paragraph. Let me go back. She said, you do not realize that your plane is the plane of death and that our plane is the plane of life. Okay. Later on, she said, learn therefore to look down upon your dead bodies and to galvanize them with your life, but do not make the mistake of living in them. It is very useful to be able to project consciousness onto the mundane sphere, but it is very disadvantageous to be fettered by the conditions of that sphere. You are held to that sphere by two things: fear and desire. Initiation will enable you to live upon this plane, though still attached to brain consciousness. It is therefore that the degrees teach, firstly, the overcoming of the desire, secondly, the overcoming of fear, and thirdly, death and resurrection. And isn't this true for us, right? The first things that we start learning in real science is to start to overcome desire, right? Isn't at least all of us here have started that lesson? Some of us made it halfway through it. Some of us are a good ways through it, right? Overcoming desire. Before this path, didn't you want all kind of stuff? Didn't you want all kinds of stuff? You wanted a certain person or a type of person. You wanted a certain object. Like I said, a car, house, clothes, speaker system, all this other stuff. There's so many things that we craved and we wanted, and we suffered because we didn't have them. We suffered because we could never get enough. No matter what we did get, it was never enough. And then once you start learning to overcome desire, the next is you start to overcome fear, right? Fearless. Ain't nothing to be scared of here, because you're learning that you're not this body. It comes with it. And once you get to this point where you're overcoming fear and you're overcoming desire, the third thing to overcome at this point now is death and resurrection. Because here's the thing. We fear death and we desire to live forever. 11:11, 111. By knowing the law of limitation and transcending it, you can use it. Having circumscribed the task you have set yourself, see it in relation to the cosmos. By seeing the cosmic archetype, you will draw in the force of that ideal, and by seeing the circumscribed form which it is desired to manifest, you will focus that force. With regard to the practical application of this, when a problem presents itself for solution, gather together in meditation. First, outline the problem in debate, then meditate upon its cosmic aspect and invoke the cosmic force. So not only earlier did she tell you how to manifest, now she's telling you how to solve problems. The first thing you do is you sit down and you meditate. You outline the problem in a debate with yourself, of course, and then you meditate upon its cosmic aspect. In other words, Library of Correspondences, right? The situation that you're experiencing, that you're meditating on, find out what it corresponds with on the higher planes, and you work directly with that. Man, that's the answer to the question of, Trav, how do I use the tree of life? How do I work Kabbalistic magic? Well, this is it. You go into meditation and you find the correspondence of the force behind your situation and how it lines up with the tree. And then you tug on those strings till you get some balance. Wow. So that concludes tonight's book study. Ooh, and check out what's on the next page. Can't wait to get to that. Next week, we're going to cover chapter 27, the law of the 7 deaths. I believe that I read this before on my YouTube, or at least I read a part of it on my YouTube. I didn't fully know what I was talking about. It just sounded really cool. But now that we've gone through the book, we can go through this thing with some, certainty. Yeah. Tell you what, man, I love this book. And I'm glad that you are enjoying this as well. For sure. Some of y'all been here throughout my technical difficulties. I appreciate those of you who are here the whole time. Because, I was having some trouble earlier. I think this is my 4th attempt. For some reason, the phone wasn't working. But hey, like I said, we pushed through. We made it work. We got this lesson. Got lots to chew on. She even gave us like some straight up practical advice as far as the manifestation. Lots to go back over. Thank you, Tevetai. Santa Muerte. I was trying to figure out her name. Santa Muerte. As always, glance back through what we just read. Look at some of those things that she's pointing out. Like Bobby Hemmett said, we get into that real funky shit. And hey, like I said, in the meantime, right? Click on My Gnosis' channel, My Gnosis. Check out some of his videos. Check out some of his work. And also, check out Enchanted Cottage 333. Check out some of her work as far as the tarot. I know a few of you all do YouTube videos I haven't seen everybody's channel, but you know, this is it is a community, right? It is a group of us on the same accord working toward the same things. You know, a lot of people are making content. You know, it might have something beneficial to you to reach out and see what some of these other folks are researching on their own time, right? What they're exploring. So the more channels that you open up to receive spiritual knowledge, right, you just might find something you didn't think that you needed. Check out Anna Molly's page. I know Anna Molly does book reads. I remember recently we were doing a sci-fi read from what's the author's name? I forget it. He wrote one of my favorite horror novels. What's that guy's name? I don't know why it's on the tip of my tongue, but it's not coming to me. Easton. Wow, what's his name? Harlan Ellison. That's it. Thank you, Anna Molly. Check out Anna Molly's page. She does book reads as well. And of course, you know, check out Olora's page. Olora's got videos on some of this content as well. Spread the love, right? But yeah, okay. So I appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you so much. I hope that you are actually getting something that you can work with, that you can use, right? I mean, I'm cool if you're just here to hang out. That's fine with me. I understand that being a spiritual person and really tapping in is lonely because ain't nobody else doing it. So at least here you have a place to connect with like-minded folks. That's fine. In addition to that, though, I hope that you're actually getting some food for your soul. You're actually getting some substance that you can utilize, put to the test, right? Put to the test. I share a lot of my experiences and personal stories because I want you to see different ways and options that you can utilize some of this information. So yeah, been on my nice little week-long fast. I mean, you know, we don't count the Disney princess fruit snacks. Don't tell my higher self about that. We already agreed that coffee didn't count. But I think this fast is about over and it's time for me to go make a burrito. Or 2. Or 4. Ace says you don't get hungry from coffee. No, I don't. I mean, honestly, after about 2 days of, I don't know, man. I have to force myself to eat. I'll stand in front of that fridge and I'll be like, okay, I can make this. I can cook this. But I don't want to wash dishes. And then I won't eat. That helps for the fasting, that's for sure. Thank you, Jay Baltail. Feeble bomb. All right. So a nice burrito and some Fortnite Lego, that'll do me good for the night. Been working hard. Haven't really been playing Fortnite all week. So I'm going to give myself some Fortnite time. I probably won't go to sleep. Oh, man. My schedule is crazy. Oh, wow. Tomorrow's Sunday. I didn't even realize. I thought today was Sunday. I don't know. Anyways, it's probably actually bedtime for me. Who knows? We'll see. Once again, thank you guys for being here. I think we'll go ahead and start to wrap this up. Tune in next time, of course, every Saturday evening at 8 p.m. You know how we do it. This ain't nothing new. Shout out to my cyclomates. Make sure you do your homework, right? Read the book, do the exercises, at least try it. Remember to meditate, remember to record your experiences, remember to write, right? Reflect. Do the work. This is how you get the results, by doing the work. It's not hard, right? If you can just find some time in your day, you got 24 whole hours. I'm certain that there are spaces where you can squeeze this in. Make sure that you're observing your emotions, observing your thoughts, observing your habits and your patterns. Establish that baseline. Think about the sensitivity exercises, right? All that good stuff. All right, so I will see y'all probably, I think me and Apollo Soul might get on Tuesday or so for a live. But if not, I'll see you Wednesday with tarot, weekly tarot collective reading. And then Thursday. And we'll do it again. All right. Y'all are awesome. Awesome. You were built to win. Don't forget that. You are built to win. You had to learn how to lose. You had to learn how to quote unquote fail. That's learned behavior. Remember what you are, right? You are the you version of God. Make sure you say it with your name. 2 is the second phase of God. 3 is the third phase of God. 12 is the 12th phase of God. Travis Magus is the Travis Magus phase of God. Say your name. You are that phase of God, right? You're built to win. You're literally made out of the same stuff that the rest of the universe is made of. No different. Dion Fortune, in this very book, when we first started 2 chapters ago, she said, if you were to learn how to dissolve the atoms in an ounce of clay, you could dissolve the entire planet that you stand on, because it's all made out of the same stuff. Think about that. Remember who you are. All I do is win no matter what. Okay. All right, here we go. Have a great Sunday. Do your best. Be your best. Don't get distracted. Don't spend all your currency on Prakriti's distraction. Trust me, they ain't going nowhere. She will always have something new, or I should say a new version of the same old, for you to get distracted by. Stay focused. All right? I'm out. I love you. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you all. Peace. remember who you are.